Hi, good morning. Hello, it's me. I want to play Sudoku. I'm not good at it, though. So I feel like I should have like a caveat. Can I add that to the stream, right? You can just like casual playthrough. Let's see, add a tag. Casual. This is a casual playthrough of Sudoku. Wait, wasn't there a... Apparently I already have a casual tag. Carrot Arts is burning me. Discord burn. But, you know, you're not wrong. And it's not been a few weeks, it's been years. I feel like actually the last, I had a string of months that I feel like everything was just going wrong all the time. And it does seem like at least we made some progress on some things in the last few weeks, like this. Look at this cute little board. It's so cute. It basically does the job. Okay, Terrier, here's the thing. Here's the thing. I love cracking the cryptic. And so just to state this up front, this is not, I don't know. I'm not even saying we're like following. Oh my gosh, Grimbone, my feelings. Oh man. Listen, you're gonna love this. Okay, I love cracking the cryptic. I do not pretend to be good at this at all. It's a weird thing where I've basically watched for like 3 years, 2 years plus, I've been watching Simon solve variant Sudoku. Love it. Love the crazy puzzles that he works on. He loves the Pistomapel puzzles. But I almost never try them because I just want to watch them. And he solves at a level that it's just like, man, that'd take years to get there. But something, is that true, Terrier Darts? You can hurt my feelings. Do you do variant Sudoku? Are you? So here's the, like, I used to be kind of into Sudoku, of just like the normal dork Sudoku, and I actually have a project that, like, a Sudoku related project that I would tie to a religious epiphany. But then I got, like, 10 years ago, I got really into crosswords, and that it's the American version of crosswords, Terrier, not the crazy thing in the London Times, which is inscrutable to anyone who is not British. So, okay, let's just all hurt each other's feelings. No, Grimbone, we're not doing... It's a normal Sudoku just for losers. Just has some numbers, and it's like a computer could make this, and whatever. You know, you do it on the airplane in the back of the magazine, because what else are you going to do on the airplane? But I used to like it. Like, it's a good thing that just ties up your brain for a while, and then you look at what's going on. But eventually, I just... You know, you learn a few techniques, and it's like, okay, I can solve any puzzles, but there's nothing really, like, surprising or fun, in my opinion, in like standard old school Sudoku, right? Whereas with crossword puzzles, there can be like clever wordplay or clever ideas or whatever. So the thing, oh yeah, I mean, yes, I get it. Yeah, the time dilation of how long it takes someone on a cracking the cryptic video when they say they're slow compared to expert solvers, or Simon always says that, to like how long it takes me. Anyway. So, okay, what I was saying is, one of the things I love about crosswords is there's cleverness and surprises and wordplay and things like that. And in old school Sudoku, even though it's a good thing to like tie your brain up a little bit, I would say this about Picross too. There's nothing, and this, people would disagree with this, but for me in that realm of Sudoku, there's not like surprises or really fun things or clever things or whatever. Variant Sudoku is just layers of rules on top of standard Sudoku. And what's crazy about them is, yes, you could say like, okay, well, it's just another set of rules. So what? Like, where's the fun and the surprise? What's crazy is these constructors that manage to find like weird combinations of rules. The one that I would consider, the one that really got me into it, is the Miracle Sudoku from early in the pandemic. And this video was just crazy to watch, because you watch the video and Simon starts it and the grid is all but empty. Is this the right one? Yes. And he's like insulted when he sees this. He's like, this is a joke. This is insulting. And then he starts to solve it. And he realizes that with only these two numbers, which in a normal Sudoku puzzle you could never do, right? But there's this extra layer of chess logic on top of this puzzle that makes it solvable. And it's like a joy. Grimbo, it's worth watching. It really is, even if you're not into Sudoku. Just because you watch him go through, like, I don't know, it's whatever the opposite of 5 stages of grief are. He goes through like 5 stages of joy, where at first he's like, it's kind of disbelief, and then, you know, curiosity, and then surprise, and then, you know, happiness, and then pure elation. Like it's really is an amazing. It's an amazing video, and this is what got me into watching these videos. But for some reason, it was one of those things where it's like I like watching these, but identity theft is one of the better stages of grief. Which phase is that? I can't remember in the order. Could actually, Grimbo, could you list the 5 stages of grief? I'm having trouble remembering. I remember right. Identity theft is one of them. Okay, right. That's the third one. 16 numbers for a unique solution. That would check out. That's cool. I didn't know there was a number file video, Sudoku. Anyway, for some reason, something broke in my brain. I think it was seeing that Fistamafel puzzle that was like, this puzzle, Fistamafel, by the way, is a like mad genius of a constructor who's basically Simon's nemesis. And, you know, Terry was talking about how long it takes these experts to solve. It took Simon 2.5 hours basically for this. Oh no, I'm spoilers. Sorry, spoilers. So Terry, I hope you didn't plan on solving this puzzle because I spoiled it for you. Anyway, this is some insane thing where it's basically Picross plus Sudoku rules, which was nuts. So you start with a completely empty grid. You don't even have cages or boxes. Anyway, I don't know why, but something about this like broke my brain. And it was like, okay, Simon gets so much joy from these Fistamafel puzzles. I want to try to do one. So I found the easiest Fistamafel puzzle on Logic Masters Germany, which is where all the Sudoku wizards hang out casting their spells. And it was joyful. And it did make me feel so smart. And so what I've started to do is click search puzzles and show me the easiest puzzles that are very highly rated. So I want to sort these by the easiest, but let's say where the rating is greater than or equal to 90. So in other words, these are like the most clever, and that's what rating tends to be. I mean, as far as my impression of cracking the cryptic, of Logic Masters Germany is like, this rating is basically like, man, this was really hard to figure out. And this is like how clever it was, or, you know. Okay, right. Stage 1, sadness. Yeah, Fistamafel ring, crazy. Yes, when you're creating theorems about Sudoku. Stage 1 is sadness. Stage 2, hit and run. Stage 3, identity theft. Stage 4, make a startup. Stage 5, scam from the start. That's right. Thanks. I forgot. It's been a while. I took some psychology classes in college, but it's been a while, so I had to kind of appreciate that. Okay. What's interesting though is actually the identity theft before the scam. It's like you do the identity theft and then you make it a few more stages and you're like, this isn't. I feel like I could be more fraudulent, so I need a fraudulent startup. Anyway, let's just click this button and see what happens. So I've done some of these, and I haven't like marked them as done here because it's kind of hard to mark things as done. So, okay. Did I do this? Ugh, cages. I'm afraid of cages, honestly, because like Simon with cages can just tell you like, oh, 11 in 3 cells. Well, you can only make 11 in 3 cells with da-da-da-da-da. Like, for example, you can't have a 9 in that cage or whatever. So I know, Grimo, cages are easy for you. I did do this one. This one I did this morning, and it was clever, and I thought it was really hard. And it's rated as a 1 out of 5 star in difficulties, and I thought it was really hard. So that's good. I looked at this one. I didn't actually finish it. I don't think I did. Did I finish this? I don't think I did. I think I started to, and then I had a mistake, and then I got sad. But I don't really want to do a Christmas puzzle. What about this one? That looks good. Let's do this one. Okay, this I can do. This, I feel like I've spent the morning immersed in Arrow Sudoku, so I feel like I got this. I've got this, right? Normal Sudoku rules apply. Digits along an arrow must sum to the digit in the large circle at its end. Easy. Neighboring digits marked with the white crop key dot are consecutive. So when you see a white dot, those are consecutives. Neighboring digits marked with a black crop key dot have a 2-to-1 ratio. Not all dots are given. So all that's saying is that these are a 2-to-1 ratio. These are a 2-to-1 ratio. These are a 2-to-1 ratio. And these are consecutive. These are consecutive. These are consecutive. These are consecutive. So the thing that about these, there's a couple things about these that are interesting. One is there's only a limited number of Sudoku digits that can be on these, right? Because there's only a limited number of Sudoku digits that are divisible by 2, or when multiplied by 2 still are valid Sudoku digits. You're going to stick with the cages? I get it. Okay, but if I can do this puzzle in a timely manner, I will try the cages. So it's not, I don't know that it's that useful to pencil mark it, but just for illustrative purposes. We know that this could be 1s and 2s, like a 2-to-1 ratio, obviously it just said. So I know it can be 1 to 2. It could also be a ratio of 2 to 4. So 4 is possible in here. It could also be a ratio of 4 to 8. So 8 is possible here. And you might look at that and be like, oh, we're all good. But you can't forget 3 to 6 is also possible. So I don't know. This is probably not something you would normally pencil mark. But it does show you that 5 and 7 and 9 are not allowed on these. And once we start to eliminate certain things from one side or the other, you'll be able to, when you get some information over here, it will tell you what's going on over here, basically. When you, hey, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8. It's not bad. It could be better. I mean, you've eliminated 3 digits there, right? I mean, you've got to start somewhere, Crimbone. But here's the thing about arrows that you need to know, right? Is that there's 4 digits here that have to add up to what goes in this circle. 4 digits, that's a lot of digits. In fact, it's a suspicious number of digits. In fact, it almost is like an impossible seeming number of digits. How does that work? Wait a minute. Sorry, just a long arrow must sum to the digit in the circle. Because this is... Okay, well, here's the thing about this. So, we know there's a repeat digit on here. There just has to be. Right? Because if this was 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, which is the minimum this can be, 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4, we can't make this less than that. 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 4 is 10, and you can't put 10 in here. Don't even try. It's foolish to even consider it. So that's interesting. That means there is a repeat along here somewhere. Given that there's a repeat, does that tell us anything about the nature? So basically it means, and you know, we can't repeat in here and we can't repeat in here. So it means that one of these digits is also one of these digits. And what's crazy is that has to be true 4 different times. And what's even crazier, crazy to the point of just being ludicrous, is that all of these, they're shared in here. And this digit is shared. So I'm just going to go out on a limb and say this has to be 1. You are correct, Terrier, that the minimum you could do because these can't see each other is 1, 2, 1, 2. But what's crazy, but how can you do that though? Well, right. Okay, so what Terrier's pointing out, which is true, is he's picking a minimum value of this. So the minimum we could put in here and have it be reasonable is a 1 and a 2 in this box and a 1 and a 2 in this box, right? And if that's true, it's 3 plus 3 equals 6. So we just know that this is from 6, 7, 8, or 9. And that also is true here, 6, 7, 8, or 9. It's also true here, 6, 7, 8, or 9. And that's also true here, 6, 7, 8, or 9. And what's kind of funny is that there are these white crop key dots. That mean these have to be consecutive with these, right? So these are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't know if we're going to care about polarity in this puzzle. If we did, we would know like, oh, these are all high digits, right? So, but that also means like, what's the biggest number you could reasonably put on here, right? Could you put a 5 here? That would mean the minimum things could be is 5 plus 1 is 6. And we know that that'd be 5 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3. So 5 plus 1 plus 2 plus 3 is 9. So 5 is valid, but it means that you can't have anything bigger than 5 here. And that's true on all of these. So I think that means that all of these are from the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And what's going to be crazy is that there's going to be this nexus in here, right? So those are all 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I should just ask ChatGPT probably. Why am I even doing this? You're right. This is a waste of my time. You know what? Actually, Grimbone, somebody else has probably already done this. So there's no, yeah, this is, why would I do this? Okay, and the thing, here's a fun thing that I feel like is like a somewhat advanced Sudoku technique. Just Google it. I should just Google it. I could use Google. Do you think I could use Google image search for this Sudoku image? There's a crazy, on the chess subreddits, there's like a crazy robot that will analyze images and like analyze an image and tell you what the chess pieces are doing. It gets very confused in Anarchy Chess. So this is okay, we've established this, right? That this cannot be, we can't have a 6 on this line, right? Because if we minimize that, that would be 7, and this would be 3, and that would be 10. So that means that this is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quadruple, meaning we only have 5 digits here, and we have 5 squares we have to put them in. Which is crazy, a little crazy, because that means this is 6, 7, 8, 9. So these are high digits for whatever that's worth. Do I care about that? Let's just mark them as high digits just so we can have an excuse to put beautiful colors in the puzzle. Which is going to be pretty interesting here, right? And here. Because we know you can't have a 9 here because the maximum this could be is 9. So there's no 9 in those. There could be an 8. Could there be an 8? I think there can. 8 would require a 1 and a 9 there. Okay, so we know these are sequential. And that the only thing down here, because this is a low number, that is sequential with here is 5. So we get our first digit, right? Yeah, or 10x, play it even faster. It'll be so fast. Binary, how's it going? Okay, I want to be clear what I'm doing here. I'm not even really playing Sudoku. This is me like role-playing as Simon from Cracking the Cryptic. I should get some Simon cosplay and like a golf shirt and then speak in a Terrier Dutch accent. Cherry Darts, can you tell where Simon is from based on his accent? Anyway, I'm going to tell you that I think this number is 5. That's what I'm going to say. That's what I'm going to say to you. And the reason is it has to be sequential with this number, which we said is high. We all agreed on this, right? And so I think this is a 5. And if that's a 5, I think this is a 6 to be sequential. Cherry Darts, does that check out? That would be very helpful, actually, if we could get heat going so that you could also add numbers to the grid. I think that would really streamline. So now we take 5 out of all of these. We take 6 out of these. We take 5 out of here. My first time playing. I've been playing on an iPad, which is not so easy to select everything you want. So, okay. Well, that's a triumph. I'm considering this. I'm basically done here, right? That helps. Yeah, the tomatoes help. Could you please throw a tomato where you think I should put a 6? Okay, because there's a 6 here. Thank you. I should put a 6 right on my own face. Okay, that's good. Do you want me to use a Sharpie? Or... Okay. Anyway, because there's a 6 here, the minimum... I'm still not convinced that I can have a 1 here, but let's just say it. 3 6s on the forehead. Can I put them upside down? Can I put them backwards? What's the song that starts 1 2 3 4 5 6 6 6? Sounds like probably a Tenacious D song, right? Excuse me. Okay. You're really helping with my focus. So, the main thing that we do is rock your socks off. Is that Tenacious D? Is that right? I used to really like Tenacious D. Okay. What I'm going to tell you is that this is a minimum of 7. Because this is 6 plus 1. That's all we could do, right? So this is 7, 8, 9. And we know that's why 6 is afraid of 7. Because it's a funny joke. Is there anything else fun and exciting we know at this moment? This is not that fun or exciting, but if you will recall, we did say that you couldn't have a 5 on a black crop key dot. So this is not a 5. Terry, thank you for the confirmation. I appreciate that. Okay, I feel pretty good about this, actually, just as it is. I feel like if I was to solve it now, it would just be kind of showing off to you. And I don't want to do that. Again, I don't know that coloring is important in this particular puzzle, but I will color this because we know this is a 1, 2, or 3 because it's 6 plus 1 plus 2 or plus 3. And actually, because the 5's not in these, we actually know that all of these are cool digits. They're all low digits, and that looks very pretty. Sometimes it's important to color digits in Sudoku. I don't know that it's important in this one, but doesn't it look nice? Because this has to be a 7 or an 8, this has to be an 8 or a 9. So that's orange. And that means this could, the only latitude you have here is a 1 or a 2. We're just like using 1s and 2s up all over the place. I feel like we're gonna O. So this is a 1 or a 2. Okay, Terrier Darts, good point. Wait, now we're just cheating. I am getting help from the crowd. But Terrier Darts points out, obviously, because this is a 5, and we can only go up to 9, right? These can never sum to more than 4, right? So, I mean, obviously there's not a 5 here because that's already 10. So you can knock that 5 out for sure. In fact, the minimum you could have here is 5 So there's a couple ways you could go at this. One is to say 5 plus 1 plus 2, which is 8, right? So that immediately gets rid of 6 and 7 here. And we know if we're getting rid of this sequential thing, now we need to get rid of 5 and 6 from here, so that these stay sequential possibilities. And then what Terrier is pointing out, rightly so, is that can you ever have a 4 here? And the answer is no, because 5 plus 4, even if this is minimized, is 1. 5 plus 4 plus 1 is 10. So we can't have a 4. 4's got to go. Now, Terrier did say, you said that you can't have a 3, but can't you? Because this could be 5 plus 3 plus 1 is 9. Oh, right. There's a 1 here. Oh, you're right. Terrier was right. Sorry, I missed that. I was testing you. I was just testing you. Yes, you're right. That is a minimum of 1. So it's actually, that's 5, 1. So this is 6, not 5. So does that mean this just is a 9? Like if you minimize this, 5 plus 1 is 6 plus 3. So this just is a 9. It's staring us right in the face. And so that means this is an 8. And that is, you only get that by minimizing. So does that mean this has to be a 1? Is that true? That was my suspicion. Does this have to be a 1? I'm gonna say yes, which has has so many implications. And right, Terrier's correct that this has to be minimized to a 1-2 pair. So you ditch the 3. God, I'm not good at this. So we're not gonna have 3, and we're gonna make blue. Okay, so we've learned some important things here. Like, for example, if this has to be a 2, which it appears to be, doesn't this look like it has to be a 2? If it has to be a 2, the only way to make this work is 7 and 9, right? Like, you could never have 8 plus 2 would be 10, and you'd need a 6 here. So I think this has to be 7, and this has to be 9. And so we pulled 1s out of here. We've pulled 7s out of here. That means this 8, I have the little error showing on, by the way, because I'm bad at this. So we have a 9 looking at this. So this has to be an 8. This has to be a 9. That has removed our ability to have a 1 here. Well, more importantly, I guess, it's removed our ability to have a 9. Well, okay, both of these are important things. We remove the 9 and we remove the 1. 6 plus 3 is no longer valid because that would equal 9. So 3 is no longer a valid digit here. And 6 plus 2 we know just has to be 8. So we just get this. 6 plus 2. This puzzle, I feel like it's going okay. We've seen, so this is, if this is the 1, these are, I think this is forced to be this sequence. So this is all going, it's all very exciting. Okay, where do we want to look next? Look at this. Very exciting. It's got a bunch of pretty colors. Okay, well, this is going to be kind of difficult, right? Because this has to be 2, 3, or 4, and this has to be 3, 4, or 5. And there's already a 1 over here. And it can't be 8 or 9. So this probably has to be 7, right? Is that a fair assessment? Let's see. Let's see together. So that's not an 8. Oops, not an 8 or a 9. That means that this sequential little run, well, it has to be 5, 6, 7, or 6, 7, 8. But we can't have an 8. And I just said we can't have a 9. So that's true. We can't have a 2 here because it's seen by that. This C is a 1 and a 2. So this just seems, this can only be a 6 or a 7. And if we minimize this, we get 2 plus 3. It can be a 6. Really? No, it can't. There's a 1. I keep missing this. This is a weird looking thing. So this is 1 plus 2 is 3. Last time I checked. Plus 3 is 6. Plus 1 is 7. So I feel like that's forced to be a 7, and that forces the whole line to be minimized, right? So does this have to be a 7? And if this is a 7, this has to be a 6 to be sequential. And then didn't we say this is forced to be minimized? So this has to be a 2, this has to be a 3, this has to be a 1. Is that true? Is everything I'm saying true? Okay, yeah, Grimbone, thank you. Be patient. Thank you for your patience. Okay, well that was very exciting. Now we've got a 2, we've dropped our 2 out of here. So we have this, we got a 3-4 pair here. This is kind of suspicious because we know there's not a 1 or a 2 on this line. But let's continue with our adventures here. Because this can't be a 6 or a 7 now, we've said. And this can't be a 1, and this can't be a 2 or a 3. So if we minimize this as it stands, what do we get? 1 plus 3 is 4, 5, 6, 7. So it's not minimized. But could you ever have a 5 here? I don't think so. Didn't we say that already? Actually, didn't we say a lot of things? Like, can you have a 5 here? 5 plus 1 is 6. 7 plus 3 is 10. Right? If this was a 5 and this was a 1, that would be a 6. That would be a 7. Plus the minimum here is 3. So I don't think you have a 5. And this is even less possible to be a 5, because then it would be 5 plus 2 is 7, plus 3 is 10, plus 1 is 11. So there's no 5 here. Can you have a 4 here? I don't think so, because your minimum here is 6. And in this case, I'm sorry, your minimum here is 4. And if you have a 4 here, your minimum here is 2. So that's 4, 5, 6. Plus 3, so that's equal to 10. So I don't think you can have a 4 here. So does that require this to be a 1? I think. I feel like that's required to be a 1. So the minimum here is 4, 5. So that still works with a 4 to equal to 9. So that seems fine for the moment. Say binaries on it. Binary, I need to stress, I'm not very good at this. I know what's funny is I know all of it's that weird thing where it's like I've watched a ton, so I know like from an external perspective, I know all of the concepts, but because I don't have actual hands-on practice, I'm very clumsy with it. Also, I'm obviously very clumsy with the software. I'm going to take a moment to do something enjoyable, which is I'm going to make all these blue. Again, I don't know that polarity matters in this puzzle. And I mean polarity in terms of like above 5 or below 5. But I like it. It's a pleasant little pastime. So what are we doing? We're taking 1 out of here. We're taking 2 out of here. We're taking 9 out of here. I mean, these 5s, I'm gonna say these 5s are probably not gonna happen. In fact, even this 5 with a 1. 5 with the 1 is 6. Because it's the same problem here, where we have at least 4 in here. So we have at least 4 in here. So, and these can't be 9. So actually, we have at least 4 in here, and our maximum is 8. So these can never sum to more than 4. Right? So obviously 4 and 5 are gone, but that also means that this can't be a 3. Because if this was a 3, this would be a 2, and that would be a 5, and this would be 4, and that would total to 9. So I just said this can't be a 3, so this has to be a 1, right? I mean, I will say I definitely know from I probably watched like, I don't know, between 200 and 500 hours of variant Sudoku. It's real easy to like just see something while watching the video and then be like, ha, this person's a clown. But obviously in this case that's correct, because I am a clown. But I think we've just proved that this can't be a 3, right? Is everyone comfortable saying that? I feel comfortable saying that, because if this was a 3, this is a 2, that's a 5. We just said this can't be more than 4 total. So This is a 1. 6, 6, 7, 8. That's kind of interesting, but it still works. Good, we took the 9 out, so this couldn't be 8, 9, but that doesn't matter. It could still be 8, 7. So, okay. Our diagonals are looking very exciting. Okay, I do have 2 degrees of movement there, and I guess I do have 2 degrees of movement here, because this could be, that's 4. Oh, this couldn't be 6, right? Because this is 4 at a minimum. 5, 6, 7. So this can never be 6. And if this can't be 6, this can't be sequential with 5. So 5 comes out of there. So this is, for what it's worth, which may not be much, is a high digit. And these are low digits. And no, this is a low digit. Look at our beautiful quilt we've made. We've made a beautiful quilt here. Oh, actually, Grimbone, this is a different puzzle. While you were doing whatever you were doing, I've done 4 puzzles, and this is just a very similar looking arrow puzzle. But it has very subtle differences. That you probably can't. Yeah, but God, no. Oh, Grimbone, Binary, don't make me do normal Sudoku. Normal Sudoku is so boring. I mean, you're probably right. But no, I don't want... It's funny, and I've noticed Simon definitely does this too, where like Sudoku is the most boring part of a Sudoku puzzle. It's just so lame. Actually, okay, we have a little more we can do with our dots and stuff. I just want to try to do all the variant stuff before I even think about Sudoku, because Sudoku is just boring. So Sudoku is just like bookkeeping. Yeah, I mean, we should just pass this off to like the assistants, right? Because this is just not that interesting. This, we know, remember this means it's a 2-to-1 ratio. So this could be 1, if given it's a 2, it could be 1 or 4, can't be 1, so this is 4. So that's blue. Okay, and then we can do something exciting. I'm very excited about this. So this is 4. That means this is all of our cool digits in this column, because we have 4 cool digits. And again, I don't know if this is a puzzle where that actually matters. But I'm going to do this anyway because I love it. So that means we know all of these are either warm digits or 5, right? So that means this is 5, 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. And we know we can just kill a ton of things out of that, right? Because this sees 8 and 9 in the box. This sees 5 here and 8 here, so that's not 5 and that's not 8. This sees 8 in the box and a 7 over here, so that's not 7 or 8. This sees 6 and 7 here and 9 here, so that's not 6, 7, or 9, so that's 5, 8. And this sees 6 and 7 and 8 or 9 there. Anyway, and this is going to be cool. Are you ready for how cool this is? You're going to love this. I'm excited already. This is not 6 or 7, but it's on a black crop key dot. And we've said, remember early on, and Grimbone scoffed at me. He like laughed in my face when I said that these could only be 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, or 8. Well, who's laughing now, Grimbone? I am laughing because we proved that you couldn't have a 5, a 7, or a 9 on a black crop key dot. And so this is not 5, and it's not 9, and that means it's 8. And I want you to apologize. Are you almost finished? Oh man, are you really? I mean, I'm sure like someone who's actually good at these puzzles would have solved this in 6 minutes or something. Anyway, this is 8. And if this is 8, this is 5. And that's very exciting because that pulls 5 out of here and pulls 5 out of here. So we get this little triple of warmth. We have a nice little warm triple. And again, Osgursa, how's it going? I'm doing okay. Nice to have you back. I'm trying to practice Sudoku, variant Sudoku, and get good at it, but I'm not very good at it. And I'm probably making this harder than it needs to be, but hey. Okay. And I also just refuse to do Sudoku. I refuse to because it's so boring. So because we know this is a black crop key dot, we also know that this is a 4, and we know this is cool. And again, I don't know if this puzzle polarity even matters, but I used it. I did use it because just anything except for like Sudoku scanning. Now, this 8 means this has to be a 9, which is also very exciting. Which is pretty funny because okay, a little surprised by that. I kind of would have thought that there'd be some. Oh well, that's a requirement. Actually, we should have known that it was sort of required that these would be 7, 8, 9, or from the digits 7, 8, or 9, but not necessarily 6, 7, 8, or 9. So we do need a repeat. Anyway, we said that's a 9. Okay, is there anything else we can do short of doing Sudoku? The answer is yes, and this is kind of crazy. So all of our warm digits are allocated here. Oh, I was going to say, this is a crazy version of Sudoku where there's like all these extra rules put on top. It's called variant Sudoku. So in addition to normal Sudoku rules, it has all the, like this puzzle, for example, has all these rules with these arrows and dots. It's pretty cool, but it is definitely tricky. And I want to be clear, I'm not good at it. So, but because I've made a commitment to binary to not do Sudoku, I will point out that we do have like a quadruple of warmth, meaning all of these digits are from one, oops, not that, are from 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Just like we said here, because you can only have, you know, if 5 divides the line of Sudoku digits in half, you can only have 1, 2, 3, or 4, which are your cool digits, 6, 7, 8, or 9, which are your warm digits, the ones above 5. And we've already used all of our warm digits. So, and that, because there's 1, 2, 4 here, we know this can't be a 1 or a 2 or a 4. So that's a 3 or a 5. We already knew this. Obviously, on a dot, you could never have a 1 or 2 because the minimum you can have is 1 plus 2 equals 3. But we got it another way. This can't be a 1. This can't be a 2. And it can't be a 4 or a 5, which we kind of know because our maximum here is 5. So we're taking out 2, we're taking out 4, we're taking out 5. So what is valid to put in here? We could put a 1 and a 3 and get a 4. Except 1's not legal because of this one, but I'm ignoring that for the moment. Yeah, that's right. Binary. Yes, I'm thinking. Yes, it's a polarity problem. It's above 5 versus below 5. I'm not even thinking about it like it's Sudoku. So wait, Grimon, how do you put it on hard? How do you put it on hard mode? Does that mean you like don't get some of the digits? Like you don't get any 9s? I'm not ready for that. Anyway. Ignoring the fact that this can't be 1 and just like logicking through what is valid on this arrow. 1 plus 3 equals 4 is valid. 2 can go with either 3 to get 5 or 2 can go with 1 to get 3. So 2 is valid, even though it's not because there's 1 right here. 3 can go with 1 to get 4, but that's it. And that's it. I mean, you could well, you could technically have 4 plus 1 equals 5, but you can see there's a 4 right here. So of the things that you could possibly ever have on this particular arrow, because we have a 1, 2, we have 1, 2, and 4 looking at this, we know it has to be 3. Another way of thinking about it, if we just want to think purely of polarity, is because we know this can only be as much as 5, these have to be less than 5, so these do have to be cool. So we know from that perspective that these are 1, 2, 3, or 4. But anyway, we just said that this is 3. No, I have problems selecting the wrong thing. This is 3. That means this is 1, and this is 3 plus 1, so this is 4. Which knocks 1. I'm bad at this. Knocks. I should probably learn all the keyboard shortcuts. 1, 2, and 4 instead of clicking these numbers. But I don't have a numpad. If I had a numpad. Should I get like a dedicated Sudoku numpad? Expert has no number. Wow. Oh, that's pretty good. Wait, so Binary, you're saying I need a 9x9 button pad? So you need a trustworthy. Man, I don't know who to tell you for VPN. I mean, you know, I think Life is Yours uses Nord because he was brainwashed by Linus Tech Tips. Binary, what's your VPN recommendation? Oh, you know, maybe who I would recommend. So Grimbone uses Nord, also brainwashed. If I were Grimbone, I would be using. I already forgot what it's called. Oh, maybe Proton, right? Proton, it probably costs more, but Proton has like their whole, you know, secure email, secure everything suite, right? Okay, what were we doing? I think we were doing Sudoku. Actually, I was doing everything in my power to not do Sudoku. But I think, sadly, it's sad to say, but I think we might be at the point where we have to do Sudoku. Is there anywhere that I can avoid it? Yeah, but I don't want to do Sudoku. I want to use all the fun clues. I can see that this can't be, this is a maximum of 7, and it doesn't have a 1 or a 2 on it. Can we learn anything from that? Up here? Yeah, but God, Grimbone is so boring. I don't want to do Sudoku. Sudoku is so boring. Okay, can I just do this line first, please? And then I'll do Sudoku, okay? Deal? Deal? Oscar's, I would maybe, I don't have a great recommendation. You might check like the privacy subreddit. Like just, like if you just search for 2023 VPN Reddit, I'm sure there'll be a discussion thread on where people are talking about the same things you're concerned with, like who leaked, who didn't, whatever. Okay, let's try to do this. And I mean, obviously we could just do Sudoku here and be done with the puzzle, but that's so boring. Sudoku is like the most boring thing on earth. So this is a maximum. Okay, so what's the minimum of this, right? The minimum of this would be 1 plus 3. Sorry, 1 plus 2 equals 3, right? Would be the minimum. But we just said we can't have 1 or 2 on here. Not possible. So the minimum is 3 plus 4 equals 7, and 7 is the only high digit, because 8 or 9. So this is a 3-4 pair, and this is a 7. You didn't see that coming, did you? Plot twist. Oh, Terrier says there's no 2 on this line. Interesting. Oh, because this is a 9, so we probably that probably doesn't get us where we need to go. Okay, we'll investigate that in a moment. This is interesting. This is the this one's going to be so fun. This dot. Remember what our options are here. Our options are the 3 has to go with the 6. There's no. Oh wait, we already disambiguated this. Okay, sorry. Wait, do this first. This is a 8. So we're probably gonna have the same problem here with this being minimized, right? Okay, but we'll look at that in a second. And then that's, because this is an 8, and this can't be a 9, this is a 7. And that makes this a 6. Oh, I got distracted from my crop key out. We'll get back to it. So that's a 6. And that's a 9. And that's a 7. I'm going to try to solve this whole puzzle without doing any Sudoku. At all. I mean, other than like, you know, maybe seeing some pairs or whatever. Anyway, what were we saying here? If this is a 3, this has to be a 6. If this is a 4, though, it actually could be a 2 or an 8. Right? Ah, but it can't be a 2. So this is not a 2. So it is a warm, a balmy 6-8, 68 degrees. That's Fahrenheit. So that's what, 20 Celsius? It's 20 degrees Celsius, 68 degrees exactly. Yes, it is. So because of that, you can't put a 2 or a 0 here because of the conversion from Celsius to Fahrenheit. Right? Okay. Yeah, it's hot to cold. Exactly right. Yes, binary. Exactly. The thing you just have to remember, though, is like it depends on, because I'm in the US, 68 counts as warm. It's above freezing. I know, it's good. Yeah, I think I had a lot of friends that were, one of my closest friends actually I met like circuitously through the world of New York improv. I was never personally, I had some friends that were deeply into it, like classes at Upgrade Citizens Brigade, deep into improv. Not my cup of tea. Okay, anyway, in my mission to avoid doing Sudoku, I will tell you this is a 5. I'll give you that. I'll throw you that bone. That grim bone. And I can see that we have 4 cools. I'm just delaying the inevitable just to harm Grimbone at this point. We have our 4 cools here, and we have our 5, so these are all warm. This is kind of like doing Sudoku, just kind of pretending that I'm not doing Sudoku. That's 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not a 6. These are not 6 or 9. Because we have a 7, 8 pair. Okay, are you ready? I'll do some Sudoku. But only kind of like fancy pants Sudoku. Because we know that 7 and 8 are consumed here, there can never be a 7. Oh yeah, sorry, Terry, I got distracted from those lines. Yes, we'll look at those lines. Okay, this is basic. Let's call this intermediate Sudoku. When you have a pair like this, some might call this a domino. Some people, the pros, call this a domino. 7 and 8 are both consumed here. We're using up 7 or 8. We don't know the order, but they're used up. So we can never have a 7 or 8 here. So this has to be a 9. Okay, yes. And in the interest of avoiding Sudoku, we've already have 2 on this line. If we minimized this, it would be 3, and that would be 5. So we'd have to have a 4 here. If we said this was the 4, that would be 6. So we'd have to have a 3 here. So there can never be a 2 here, which is what Terry Darch was so patiently trying to tell us. And I would imagine we have a similar issue on this line, because here we have, wait, did I do that right? Or did I do the thing where I already forgot to include this 4? Wait, was that true? That was true, right? 1 plus 1. Yeah, I did do it. Okay. I keep forgetting this 1. It's like hiding in this little cage. Anyway, the minimum here is 1, 3, 4. 1 plus 3 is 4. Plus 1 is 5, meaning you have to have an 8. Sorry, you have to have a 3 here. Well, wait, does that force this? Because this has to sum to 6. So this is an 8. We've already accounted for 2, so this has to sum to 6. But couldn't this be either 4, 2 or a 3 plus 3? Is that not valid? Terry, or what am I missing here? Couldn't this be 3, 3? Eight minus 1 is 6. This could be 2 plus 4 is 6, or 3 plus 3 is 6. Okay, maybe, I mean, I could be doing it wrong, but I see where you were going. And in some, you know, if this was like, I don't know, if this was somehow a combination of an arrow and a Rinban where you couldn't repeat the 3, but because there is a cell break here, I think it is valid to have repeats there. We've kind of used everything except for this. We've used every non-Sudoku clue except for this one Krotkey dot. And we don't know anything about it except that it's consecutive. So we can say there's not a 2 on it. Okay, well, this is like very slightly interesting, is that you know there's not a 2 on this because 2 would have to be consecutive with 1 or 3. So that means it's either a warm digit or 5. Actually, we knew it was a warm digit or 5 because we already have all of our cool digits here. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This isn't 7, 8, 9 because of visible digits. This is not 7 or 8 because it shares the box. This is not 8 or 9 because of that. And this is not 7, 8, or 9. So this could never be 5. It could be, actually, sorry. Because this could be 5, 6, or 6, 7. It could be 5, 6, or 6, 7, or 6, 5. Okay, Terry Darts, you get on that. Grimbone, I'm going to need some more tomatoes. Okay, so that's very exciting, but it doesn't actually help us because, okay, so we may actually be at the point that we have to do Sudoku. This is a sad day. Is there anything I can do to avoid doing Sudoku? Anything at all? Okay, okay, I see something we can do to avoid the Sudoku because we got rid of our warm digits here. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, we're essentially doing Sudoku here in a very roundabout way, but I'm not thinking about Sudoku. That gets rid of 1 and 4. That gets rid. It feels like cheating to have the little highlight. It's okay. Now you were definitely right about this one though, and you were right about this one. So you were right out of about 2 out of 3 lines. That didn't really help us much. Okay. This one? Sorry? Wait. Well, I'm sorry. Which 5, 6? The 5, 6 above the 8. This 5, 6? Oh, good one. Nice, Terrier. Yeah, right? Like, we don't... Is this true? Is it true to say that there's always a 6 in these combinations? It could be 5, 6, which there's a 6 here, or it could be 6, 5, or 6, 7, which means we've always... The way to denote that is to say, like, there's always a 6 eaten up here, for sure. And that does mean that this is good. I'm so excited. We're not. Yeah, but the order is valid, but no matter what combination, like, you can't have a combination here that doesn't have a 6, right? The only, if you remove the options, if you remove 6 entirely, then you get stuck with 5, 5, which is not valid, or 5, 7, which is not valid. So 6 is consumed, which is great. Very excited. So I'm so excited to not do Sudoku. So that this 6 means this has to be the 5, which interestingly, like, pulls 5 out of all of these, which forces this to be the 6 and forces this to be the 7 and forces this to be the 9. So these are all going to be pretty warm colors. Okay. That was good. Good eye. Oh, I thought that's what he meant. Is that not what you meant, Terrier? That was forced by this? Okay. So, yeah, see, Terrier. The thing is that Terrier's British. Do you prefer to be described as English or British, or a citizen of the United Kingdom? What's your preferred regional moniker? A British Islander? Ooh, burn, Grimbone. Ouch. Okay, I'm sad to say it, but I think we have to do Sudoku now. Is there any avoiding it? Even like, is there like any like circuitously? Okay, I can see only one place we can avoid it, which is because we do have our worms here. Which we would know this anyway if we just did Sudoku, that this is a 3 or a 5. But again, I'm refusing. Okay, so that places the 5, and that places the 3, and that pulls 3 out of all of these, which is fine because that just gives a 1, 2, 5 triple, but the 5, this is a 2-5 pair, so this is a 1. And this is a 2, and this is a 3, and this is a 2, and this is a 4, and this is a 3. Makes this a 4. To get to 9, now we have 5, 6, so this has to be a 3, right? 4, 5, 6. This has to be a 3 to get, oops. This has to be a 3 to get to 9. Has to be a 4. This has to be the 5. This has to be the 2. That was all very exciting. I want to make all these 3s. Make all these beautiful colors. Again, we didn't really need polarity. It's just how I'm avoiding. Oops. Avoiding Sudoku. That places the 5 here. Okay, so now we can just start writing things in because we've avoided Sudoku so aggressively. So 1, 2, 3. So in this box, we're missing an 8, which is a nice toasty 8. In this box, we're missing, this is a 4 and a 6, and we see a 4 there. So this is 6 and this is 4. Over here, we're missing a 7 and a 3, and there's a 7 there. So this is a 3, and this is a 7. In this column, oh, well, we got this, right? Without, if this isn't a 3, then this is an 8. So is that the end of all clues? Like, all non-Sudoku clues are fully addressed. Are they correct? So that is 8-4. So that's right. That's sequential. That's 8-4. That's 6-5. That's 2-4. That's 8-9. That's 6-7. That's 7-8. Okay, that's all good. That would be very disheartening if that was wrong. This is 6 plus 2 is 8. This is 7 plus 2 is 9. This is 3 plus 4 is 7. This is 3 plus 1 is 4. So that all seems good. This is 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 1 is 7. This is 1 plus 3 plus 1 plus 4 is 9. This is 1 plus 4 plus 2. Oops. 1 plus 4 plus 2 is 7. 1 is 8. This is 1 plus 5 plus 1 is 6. 7. Okay, sorry. 1 plus 5 plus 1 is 7, plus 2 is 9. Okay, so we're all good. I mean, anything I could do. Oh, sorry, did I not color a 9? Wait, 9 should be red and not orange? Well, no, but Terry, I prefer that actually, is if you just like, you know, if you're going to give a hint, if you give it as a question. And it's good to put some wrong questions in there occasionally so I look smart when I disambiguate. Or like, you know, work through the logic. I mean, it is, when you watch, for example, when you watch Simon solve these incredibly hard, complicated puzzles, he will miss the most obvious Sudoku just because his brain is not doing Sudoku. His brain is doing some other thing. So this, even though this isn't filled in, again, we know that's a pair. So this just leaves what? 2 and, no, it doesn't leave 2 and 6. 1, 2, 3. It's 5 and 6. So this is 5 and 6, but the 5 is disambiguated. So that is 6 and that is 5. What else? Why is Sudoku so boring? What are these? We already have all the warm digits and 5 and 8 and 9. So this is 6. Oops, shoot. This is 6, 7, and that is disambiguated in both cases. Dang it, I'm very bad at this app. I really should learn the keyboard shortcuts. That's 7, that's 6. That does disambiguate this to give this and this. This is 3, 6, 8. And that sees both of those, so that's a 3. That's the 8, so that's the 6. This is 2, 4, 9. And the 4 sees a 2 here and a 9 here. Should really be, after I've done 100 puzzles, I'll stop using the red thing. But I feel like the worst, my biggest weakness is making some trivial, stupid mistake. Not even like a logic mistake. It's just like a typo, basically. And so I feel like for the time being, I want errors on because I'm so prone to just some very silly, basic error. We have 1, 2. So what do we need here? 4. We need 3 and 4. And that is handled by this. Oops. I'm bad at this. That's 4. That's 3. This needs 1 and 6. And the 6 there helps us out. So that's 1. This part's just so boring. Sudoku's so boring. We need what here? We already have 1, 3, 4. We need 2 and 9. And this forces that to be 9 and that to be the 2. And this is, we're missing 1 and what? 5. And the 1 here does that. Ah! We did it! Good job, everybody. So the thing you're supposed to do, and it's kind of tedious, but let's do it, I guess, is once you do this, you have to like put in, and you can all cheat if you want. You have to like prove that you solved it by, so this wants the first row of the puzzle and the 4th column of the puzzle. So the first row of the puzzle is 7, 6, 8, 4, 3, 1, 5, 2, 9. And the 4th column is 4, 8, 7, 2, 6, 5, 9, 3, 1. Submit solution. Did it accept it? Congratulations, you solved the puzzle. Ooh. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's interesting that they do that. You really could imagine though that should be a way to like reduce this, right? Like just some compression that you run on the puzzle to just get a hash. Grimbone, it's called building suspense, right? Like you don't. It takes, Act One. Act One is like you're introducing the characters. You're like learning about the world. Act Two is where you kind of introduce the conflict. It's like, oh, I really want that 2 to go there, but is he gonna put the 2 there? I don't know. And then Act Three is where we Act Three is the identity theft, and that's where you place the 2. Right. Terrier, that was hard for me. It was hard. I feel like, I think that was fun. That was an enjoyable. Oh, right. We're supposed to rate it. Right? Okay. Intro solution. The difficulty is everybody's saying that was very easy. I'm going to say it was easy because I think there was nothing like, it obviously wasn't very easy for me, but I don't think there were any magical rules. Sometimes when you have these combinations of rules, there's some like really magical combination and you have to discover that magical combination. This was interesting, like all the pressure on that center square, but okay, we'll call it easy because I don't think you need to like discover new logic for it. Here's the real question. Was it nice or was it very nice? I'm going to say it was nice. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I think it was nice. It was a nice puzzle. Nice. Submit rating. Okay. Now, I'm definitely not going to do a hard puzzle. There's no way. But let's do another highly rated easy puzzle. So we want the easiest puzzle where the rating is greater than or equal to 90%. I only want an A or above. I don't want any of these non-perfect puzzles. I solved Roman Whisters. That was great. I don't really want to do those yet. Okay, Grimbone, do you want me to do the cage one? I don't really want to. I feel intimidated by it. And only because I just know what it takes. Like, okay, it's time for the cage match. The reason I'm intimidated by it is because I think that these puzzles for someone who just has like a mental dictionary of rules, it's way easier, right? Like, so what, for again, I keep going back to Simon because he's obviously the champion of streaming Sudoku, but he would just be able to tell you how many different ways there are to make 11 in 3 digits without even thinking about it. He doesn't have to think about that. He's just like, oh, I just know that. He would just know the possibilities of how to do that. Anyway, I can tell you one thing, that in 3 digits to make a 6, it has to be 1, 2, 3. So I will tell you that. That's something I can tell you. I mean, that was when they had that professional wrestling Sudoku crossover in 1998. It was pretty huge. I don't think there's, it was like an early, now people think about like chess boxing or whatever. Very derivative. Okay, what do we know about anything? This is too hard. It is already hurting my feelings. I'm already emotionally upset. So we know, just like we know it's possible to not have a 4 in here because 4 plus 1 plus 3 equals 7. The thing that sucks here, this gives us enough leeway that it is possible to have a 5 because you can have 5 plus 1 plus 2. Is it possible to have a 4 though? Yes, because that's 4, 3, and 1. And we've just described the digit. We've already said all of the digits because we said 5, 3, and 2. Wait, that's not right at all. That's not what I said. Sorry. We said 5 plus 1 plus 2 is one way to make an 8 and 3 digits. Or 4 plus 3 plus 7. And now we have all the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we've already blown it. I'm tempted to make these colors just because I like the colors. Again, not necessarily that I think polarity is going to come into play. I don't go through life with the assumption that polarity is always going to be involved, but I kind of do. Like 20 and 3 cells, you start to wonder. And so on the other end of things, if numbers are higher, you start to wonder, like, do they require something? And that's something that kind of sucks though, is like for example, can you say that any of these is required here? So like we said, you could have 5 plus 1 plus 3. Or another way to put this question is, can you do this without a 3? And I don't remember. I think that's like a thing. I think that's like a kind of logic. Okay, let's just work through this for a second. If this is 1 plus 2, if it's 1, 2, then it's 5. So that doesn't need a 3. That's a 1, a 2, and a 5. If it's 3, yeah, I feel like this is just going to hurt my brain. That is smart. Can I just take this 10 and this 10 and like cram it in the 20? Okay, so sorry. This is where I'm going to be very clumsy on this. I just have to warn you because I don't have the mental set of like, oh, if you do this, it's always required. So I'll have to work through it, and it's going to be slow, and it's going to be annoying, and everyone's going to get mad at me. But it's just, Grembone demanded it and said that he like threatened me. He threatened me and my family. So anyway, we said if this is a 5, that leaves 3 to be made. And the only way to make 3 is 1 or 2. We said this is a 4, it leaves 4 to be made, which requires well, that's kind of interesting. We said this is a 4. So 5 requires 1, 2. 4 requires 4, and that can only be 1 and 3, right? It's the only way to make 4 over here because you can't have double 2. And then 3 leaves 5. And the only way we have to make 5, if we use the 3, is 4 and 1. So in what I just described, were there any numbers that I have to have every time? Were there any numbers that I have to have that is used in all of those statements? Did I say you had to have a 1? Okay, do you have to have a 1? Is there a way to do this without a 1? And I think the answer is no. Because if I just said I couldn't have a 1 in here, then 2 plus 3 plus 4 is the minimum this could be 2 plus 3 plus 4, which is 9. So I think a 1 is required, right? Like I think I have to have a 1. So we say there's definitely a 1 in here. Do I have to have a 2? I don't think so. Like if I didn't have a 2, then the minimum this could be is I could have a 1, 3, 4. And that would be fine. And I don't, so that would be fine. Do I have to have a 3? If I don't have a 3, I have 1 plus 2 plus 4, which is only 7. So that's not enough. We know 2 plus 4 plus 5 is no good. We could have 1 plus 2 plus 5, which is fine though. So we don't have to have a 3. So I think it's fair to say that in an 8-cell cage, you can only use the digits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you have to use a 1. So like we've definitely devoured a 1 here, which maybe is interesting for the 10 cage because it means this can't be a 1. But these could be 1s. Like this could be a 1 if this was a 1, and this could be a 1 if this was a 1. So all we really know is that this isn't the 1. So how do you make a 10? It can't go up to 7, can it? Because 7, it can. I could have a 7. 5 and 5, obviously. See, that's why you're good at Sudoku, Grimbone, because I would have tried to use 3 digits to make this 10, but that's just a waste. It's a waste of my digit pool. When you could just use 2 5s. Yeah, it's not, I mean, that's my point here, is I'm just not very good at this. Is there anything that we could possibly know about a 10 cage? This is what's hurting me is I can just hear Simon in my head saying like, oh, a 10 cage. Well, a 10 cage in 3 digits has to be but like he just knows. Like if this was a 1, which it can't be, then this would be 9, so that's just 4 or 5 or 3 or 6 or 7 or 2. So like, I guess that's kind of interesting though, because we said this couldn't be a 1. So that does cut out those particular possibilities. Which is a little interesting, because that's a little bit interesting, actually. Because if this can't be a 1, then the least it could be is a 2. Which means these sum to 8. So you could think about the ways to make 8 in 2 cells, which is 3, 6, I'm sorry, 3, 5, 6, 2, and 7, 1. But, you know, that could be 3, 5, 6, 2, 7, 1, only if we knew this was a 2, and that's already a billion options. So like, Grimbone, you told me you did this one in 8 minutes. Okay, I mean the two very obvious entry points here. Like this is very obvious, right? We've consumed all of our low digits here. Maybe that's the point for this 10, is we have to make 10 using only one of 1, 2, or 3. Oh, you did a different one, I see. Interesting. Okay, that's maybe interesting. So let's think about that. Like, could this be a 4? Could this ever be a 4? That would mean we had to make 6 without using 1, 2, or 3. And you can only make 6 in 2 cells with 4 or 2, which we already said there's a, like if we put a 4 here, so that's not 4, 2, and it's not 5, 1, because we said you can't use that. And if this is 5, you have to make 5 without 1, 2, or 3. So it's not 4, 1, and it's not. If this is 6, you have to make 4 without 1, 2, or 3, which is not possible. If it's 7, you have to make 3 without 1, 2, 3, it's not possible. And if it's 8, you can't make 8 in 2 cells. It would be 7, 1, 6, 2. So it's just the inverse of the other problems. So actually, I think this is a 1, 2, or a 3. Is that correct? Where's Terrier Darts? That this has to be a 1, a 2, or a 3. And that's our only options. Because we just said if this is 4, you have to make 6. I mean, I guess another way to think about it, should I just do Sudoku? Tell me where the 2 goes. The other way to think about it is that the minimum these 2 digits can be, this is maybe the real way to think about it. We can't use 1, 2, or 3 here. So the minimum these 2 digits can be, is that true? Okay, Terrier, I feel like once we get into this puzzle, it's going to be okay. We just got to get into it. We've used our 1, 2, or 3 here. It's allocated. We're done. So we've just said that I think that means that this has to be 1, 2, or 3 because I don't think you can make a 10 otherwise. But I think even more importantly is, in fact, I'm going to get rid of this because I think the real point is if we can't use 1, 2, or 3 here, then the minimum these can be is 4 and 5. Minimum, right? And if that's 4 plus 5, that's already 9. So that has to be 1 to make 10. Because if this was 4 and 6, it would already be 10. So I think that means that this is a 4 or 5 pair. And I think that means this is required to be 1. And that makes this a 2, 3 pair. And that means this is required to be 3. Does that check out? Grimbone. No. I'm sorry, wrong. That's required to be 1, excuse me. And now that's maybe interesting for the 15 cage because we've used 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We've used 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. So the minimum these 2 can be is 6 plus 7, which is 13. And remember, this can't be a 1, so that would make this a 2. And if it was 6 plus 8 to be 14, that would force this to be a 1. So I think this is a 6, 7 pair. And that this is forced to be a 2. How do we feel about that? I would believe that. And if that's a 2, that disambiguates this, and that disambiguates this. That's very exciting. And that now means we have a 6, 7 pair and a 4, 5 pair, and 1, 2, 3. So this is an 8, 9 pair. Grimbo, we placed your 2. And two, in fact. Okay, this was a fool's errand. Why did I even look over here? Everything we needed was just right here. The real friends were the 2s we made along the way. Is that right? The real 2s were the friends we made along the way? The real journey, anyway. We need to make 13. So either these have to sum to 4, or have to sum to 5. But this can't be a 1. So the minimum this can be is a 2. And if this 9, 2, that's 11. This is pretty clever, actually. Junior Bro, how's it going? I mean, I really don't know what I'm doing. I'm just regurgitating lots of things I've picked up from watching Cracking the Cryptic. I should just say right now, disclaimer, anybody who wants to watch someone who's good at Sudoku should watch Cracking the Cryptic. But I think this is clever because check this out. If this is an 8, okay, I'll do it the way Simon does. Let's just look at this digit, right? We know that this can't be, the minimum this can be is 2. That's the minimum, right? So if we just put the minimum in here, and then we say that we know we're trying to make it to 13. If we said that this was a 9, right? If we said this is a 9, this is 9 plus 2 is 11, but I'm trying to get to 13. So I need another 2, right? I need 2 more, but this 2 prevents that. So that's interesting, but can I put a 3 here? Maybe that's still okay, because I think that wouldn't prevent the 1. I feel like there's something clever here that I'm just not quite wrapping my mind around. So this could be a 1. Let's just say it's like this. If this is 1 and this is 2, well, we know that's not true. We can say that this isn't just 1, 2, because that would only be 3. I'm doing okay. I've been watching Cracking the Cryptic for so long, and now I'm like, I should try. One, I would like to make a puzzle eventually, but for now it's just like, I just want to try some variant Sudoku and see how we do. Anyway, sorry. Our minimum here is that this is a 1-2 pair. Just the opposite, polarity of those. But that's not enough. So one of these is at least... Oh, could it be... No, because if it's 2-1, that is only 3. So one of these is bigger. Does that mean one of these has to be a 3? Or is there some more obvious thing that would be easier to address here? Like the fact that this 10... Okay, is this the same? Maybe this 10 is a little more interesting. Sorry, I thought I had a thought here. Maybe it just dissolved. Yeah. I think there's something here, but I think I'm like 1 degree of latitude short. But I think this, you're right, Terrier, that this cannot be 1 or 2 or 3. So it's actually, I think it's the same logic as here. I think it's just this same logic, because if this can't be 1 or 2 or 3, maybe this is going to help here, because that's gonna keep a 1 out of this. It's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3. So the minimum it is for a 4-5 pair, and the same thing applies. This is already 9, so this has to be a 1, which is really interesting here, because that does mean, okay, maybe this is the piece that I needed. That means, well, we have a 4-5 pair here, which is kind of interesting, but that the minimum this can be is a 3. But let's just minimize these and see what happens. The least we can put in here is a 3, and the least we can put in here is a 2. And so that's already 5. So we can't have 9 because that would sum to 14. So this has to be an 8. So thank you, Terrier. I needed that before I got full clarity there. So that's cool. So this box is like essentially done, both in terms of like, we know what everything is and basically where it goes. And we know, and the cages are all happy. So that's good. This whole puzzle is going to be like this, though. I can just already see it. This whole puzzle is going to be like 1 cage at a time, like picking our way through this minefield. Okay, well, so does this help us with that thing that this cannot be? We've already consumed our 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are now consumed here. Meaning the minimum this can be is a 6 or a 7? I don't think so. I mean, it means that these digits are from 6, 7, 8, 9. And we do see an 8 there, so that's slightly interesting. So how do we make 20? Given the options we have here. There's 3 options, right? Or is there more? Is there 6 options? Well, no, because you can't double. Okay, let's just go through these. If it's 6 and 7... Oh, that's interesting. Okay, well, so if it's 6... If this was 6, 7... Like this is a 6-7 pair. Well, okay. Well, I think you can't have a 6 here. Oh, you can with a 9. Sorry. Okay. Step backwards. 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. But to hit 20... I see. 6 plus 7 is equal to 13. So we'd have to have another 7 to hit 20, but we already used the 7. So that means there's definitely a 9 in here. It's just a requirement. And so that means we know that if it's 9 plus 6, that's 15, and we need a 5 here. And if it's 9 plus 7 is 16, and we need a 4 here. So that's kind of interesting from the standpoint of this little 4 or 5 dance we got going. Because now we have a 4 or 5 pair here. So we've got a 6, 7, 9. Actually, there's not a 9 here. There's one more digit, though. So it's essentially, these are, this is a, that's a 4 or 5 pair. So this is a 6, 7, 8, 9 quadruple, right? So these are 6, 7, 8, or 9, but we see a 9 here. That's slightly interesting. I'm tempted to make these colors just because I like it. Just like it when the... I like it when Sudokus are pretty. Okay, so we're kind of... There's definitely a 9 here. So what are these 3 digits? Because we know there's a 9 here. Are these 1, 6, 7? No, what am I missing? Wait, what am I missing here? No, there's up to 5, right? It's 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, which is not very exciting, right? 1, 2, 6, 7, 8, 9, and we just know it's not an 8 because of that. Well, that's kind of interesting. We know it's not an 8 because obviously it sees an 8, but we know there's a 9 in one of these, so that does take 9 out as well. I mean, I refuse to play Sudoku. I just want to say, I mean, it's not fun, it's boring. This, like, cage match, though, is serious. I mean, this is like, it's like I'm fighting for my life. Okay. This whole puzzle is going to be like, Grimbone, this is your fault, by the way, that I'm doing this. You made me do this. Look what you made me do. Look what you made me do. Okay, what else seems like really fruitful? This seems kind of annoying, right? Like this could be, I mean, we could probably work out. I mean, this is definitely hurting my brain for sure. And I feel like this is especially a bad one to do on stream just because it is so much arithmetic and it would be very easy to make a really silly mistake with arithmetic. So this 17, like we're getting kind of high. here. We know there's not a 9 here, but there still could be 9 here. Something interesting about the 17 is there is no... I don't know how interesting that really is. Like, there's no... Oh, actually, wait. Okay, well, there's no 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5 here. So the minimum this can be is a 6, 7 pair. So that's kind of interesting. So 6, 7 is the minimum here. And the minimum would make that a 4. And 8, 9 is the maximum. It actually can't be 8, 9 though. Because if it's 8, 9, that already adds to 17. So 9, 7 is the maximum, and that's 16, and that's a 1. So I think this can be a 1, 2, 3, or 4. I really fear that I'm doing this wrong. I want to just like back up and walk through this again. Okay, so we said what? We said that the minimum this can be is 6, 7. The minimum. Whoa, but this actually can't be a 6, 7 pair because there's a 6, 7 here. So this could never be a 6, 7 pair. So actually this is a 3. Oh yes, Nordok's on it. Wait, is it Nordlock? Okay, thank you. Yes, you're right. That could never be a 6, 7 pair. So the minimum it really could be is like a 6, 8 pair. So that's a 14, which would put a 3 here. And it can never be a 1 or 2. Can it be a 4? If this was a 4, then this has to sum to 13. And we can never sum to 13. Let's think through that one more time. So basically, this cannot be a 1 or a 2. If it was a 4, unless there's another, oh, it could be a 4. Sorry, I think it could be a 4 if this was, no, that's not true. How could this ever be a 4? Because if this is a 4, this has to sum to 13. And the only way to get 13, given these digits, is 6, 7. Because we couldn't have can't have 9, 4. And we can't have 8, 5. So I don't think this can ever be a 4. And because it can't, and it can't be a 1 or a 2. So I think this has to be a 3. Does this seem reasonable? Does it seem reasonable to say, oops, that this has to be a 3? And if this is a 3, this has to sum to 14. And given that the only digits we have available to us, there's no 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5. Six, 7, 8, 9 are the only available digits, right? So that's all that could be in here. Oops. But we're trying to make 14, right? Because I think we've said that this can only be a 3. Because that would be a 6, 7 pair to get 4. I just don't think you can. And like if this was a 5, for example, you're then trying to get 12 without any low digits. And we said the minimum we can get here is 13. So no. So this is definitely a 3. then this is definitely 14. So how do we get 14 giving only these two digits? I think it has to be a 6-8 pair. Right? Is there any other way to make 14 here? 6 plus 7 is 13, which is not legal. 6 plus 8 is 14. 6 plus 9 is 15. It has to be. I think this has to be a 6-8 pair. Which means 9 has to be here. And because this is a 6-8 pair, that knocks the 6 out of here. So this has to be 7. And this has to be 6. And then that pulls the 6 out of... Oops, man, I'm bad at this. That pulls the 6 out of here, right? Yeah, 6 and 8. I think that's it. I think so. I don't know. Maybe I have a flaw in my logic, but I think that's right. I think this is a 6-8-3 as the only way. All right, Nordluck, I appreciate it. So that means these are pretty known, right? The only ditches we haven't placed are 4 and 5 here. So this is a 4-5 pair. So I don't know. We got a bunch of stuff up here. That feels exciting. I'm excited. We did knock a 3 out of here because of that 3, which is interesting, right? Because if you're trying to make 8 and you don't have a 3, doesn't it have implications for the 4? We still have a 3 here, actually. But I think that means this can't be a 4. Because if we put a 4 here, if we had a 4 here, the only way to make 8 is with 1 3, and we don't have it. So I think we can knock 4 out of here. I hope that's right. I think it's right. We also have this crazy 1 situation. I feel like we probably know something about this. For some reason, it's hurting my feelings to even think about it. Okay, but I mean, the minimum we have in here, the minimum number we have in here is a 3. So this could be as much as 7. And the maximum... Okay, these combos, we probably think through these combinations, but it's hurting my brain a little bit. I don't know, my brain just might not be well suited for this particular kind of puzzle, but is there somewhere else that would be fun to look? Like 18 without 6, 7, 8, or 2, or 16 without 6, 7, 8, or 2 seems potentially interesting, but I don't know. It does kind of feel like this is what flows naturally. I mean, obviously it's not 6. It's obviously not 6 and 7. So there is a 1 or a 2 up here. If there was a 1, well, we know there's not a 1 in here. There's not a 1 in here. We know that. There is definitely a 1 or a 2 in here. So what does that require? Like, you know, for example, I can see this couldn't be 7, 2, 1 because we said there's no 1. Oh, in boxes 2 and 3. Oh, you're right. Oh, thank you for pointing that out. That's very good. Appreciate that. So because of this 6-8, and I appreciate the way you're saying that, the very polite suggestion to tidy up. So that when you have a domino like this, these two cells, we've consumed our 6 or 8, right? Like we're no longer allowed anywhere else in this box to use a 6 or an 8. We've got 6s all over the place over here, which is actually really useful for this 10. So I think that's really helpful, and thank you for spotting that, because I think that's going to make this way easier. So we definitely don't have the 6 there. Similarly, and even more, perhaps even more helpfully in terms of hitting this 20, because we have a 7-8 pair here, we've used up 7 or 8. We can't use it in this box anymore. So this 7, it's just not available to us. So we have to ditch that 7. So This is a 6 plus 9 in some order. I don't know which, but some order. I guess we can get rid of our little 9 mark there because we know that it's in here, which equals 15. And if that equals 15 and we're trying to hit 20, that would seem that this has to be 5. So this has to be 4. So this has to be 5. So that was all very, very good. Nor like I appreciate that. Okay, so Grimbone, are you thinking that I should try to do Sudoku? I don't know. I'm not convinced that Sudoku is the right way to approach this puzzle. Anyway, that probably gives us more clarity here, right? And it probably really is like a really obvious thing that I'm just missing. Like you can see, for example, this couldn't be 7 plus 3 plus 1. Or sorry, 7 plus 2 plus 1. Just couldn't be. So, but it's not required for 7 to be in here. So what actually are the combinations? The combinations available, and actually we can't have 1 or 2 in here. Okay, so the combinations that are available, and sorry, because I'm sure there's a better way to see this, but just to talk through them, we could have 1, 2 equals 3, and then that would make this a 7. So that is one thing this could be, is a 7. Otherwise, we're saying there's definitely a 7 in here. So then it's 7 plus 2. Oh, well, I think this is forced, actually. Because 7 plus 2 would be 9, which would require 1, which we can't have. Or it's 7 plus 1, which is 8, which would require 2, which we don't have. So maybe this is easier than I thought. Does that seem reasonable? Did you find a hint? Okay, just give me a hint, but make it really vague. Try to phrase it in the form of a riddle. Okay, so that would appear to be a 1-2 pair. So that would appear to be a 7. These pairs. Do you have any like cheat codes, Scrimbone, that I could use? Okay, well, I don't like this. I'm just trying to quickly see if there's any way to like tidy things up. We know we have this like weird sort of kind of 1 X-wing where one of these is definitely a 1, and but because of this weird shape, wait, what? What was that? Were you talking about this? What are you talking about? Wait, what does that mean? Why? Is there really something there, or are you sending me on a wild goose's chase? If it's a wild goose chase, it's you who's chasing the goose, right? Or are you being chased by the goose? Which one is it? Wild goose chase origin. A horse race where everyone had to try to follow the erratic course of the lead horse, like wild geese have to follow their leader in formation. Sounds fun. So there's actually not a goose involved. Wait, what did this say? Oh. Okay, well, this is good to know. Okay, are you telling me that there's definitely some numbers here? As opposed to like letters or... I mean, that seems to be true. There are times where I don't see them here too much. There's one spot actually where they do show up, but there's like a pond in Texas that I used to run around, and when the geese were migrating and there were geese there, you just got to stay away. They will kill you. Why? But why? You're saying this is a 6 and this is an 8? Okay, we're just getting distracted at this point. we've consumed 1, 2, 3, 4. So 1, 2, 3. Did we though? We didn't. That's not true. We've consumed a 1. That's all we've really consumed here is a 1 and a 7 in this. So, okay. So either we think hard about our life with this cage. Junior, I appreciate you stopping by. Thanks so much. And yeah, have a great weekend. Grimbone, I don't know what you're talking about. I think you're doing some advanced techniques that I just don't understand, obviously. Okay, so is there anything cool? Like, is this cool? Knowing that there's no 5s in here, is that cool? To like try to make an 11 cage with no 5? I just don't know this stuff. I just don't know. I wish I knew them by heart. I wish I knew the sums by heart. This is where I'm inclined to look. Is here. So what do we know about an 11 cage? That it's terrible. Because you could have up to an 8 in here. Because you could have 8 plus 1 plus 2. And we haven't ruled. You'd have to actually be pretty selective about where the 1 went, but it's still possible, right? Because it would be possible for this to be a 1. That 1's there. Oh, wait, Nordlock, are you a pro? Are you one of those people that knows all of the digits? I have to clarify. I've watched so much Cracking the Cryptic, but I've solved so few puzzles, or like Sudoku variant puzzles. So Nordlock's over here with the combinations of 128, 137, 146, 236, and 245. Now we've just said that we can't do any of those combinations with 5, but I still don't know that that's restrictive enough, right? Like, we definitely don't have a 5 in here, but that really only rules out 2, 4, 5. And we know there's not a 1 on one side, but I don't know. Maybe, I don't know that I think this is the place to look. It just doesn't feel... Now this feels like... This sees 5 digits. This sees 2. So that seems... So, okay, where were we? We made it over to here. So is there like some obvious way for the puzzle to flow? It kind of does seem like it wants to spill into here. Let me know when you go pro and sell merchandise, like a jersey. Like if you had like some exciting Sudoku jersey with your logo on the front, or better yet, a tote bag. Okay, it feels to me like we were working over here, and like these are where we arrived. So it kind of, and it seems like we sort of flowed over to here. So it kind of feels like this 8. Right? It kind of feels like this 8 is the place. But it doesn't seem obvious. Like it, you know, it wasn't some obvious thing where it's like, oh, well, this just knocks this out, and it's easy. That's easy. Nordlock, do you do a lot of Sudoku? Is this making you angry watching me struggle with this? Are you extremely proficient? Is this like a human looking at an ant try to like carry a Cheeto by itself or something? That's a bad analogy because ants are very strong when it comes to carrying a Cheeto. Is this you? Are you like you're like sitting here just looking at me. This is you, kind of judgingly looking at me. I get it. Wait, why is there a rock in your... What is this? Why is there a rock in your lap? That's weird. But okay. Anyway. It's funny that it's called backtracking, which kind of makes sense because it seems like you got to like go a little bit ahead and then work your way back and fill things in. You've done more Sudoku than you should. I've definitely watched more Sudoku than I should, but I haven't done enough. Okay. I don't feel like this 11 cage is under enough pressure to be super interesting. Maybe I'm wrong about that, but I guess I feel like the 8 cage is a little more interesting. Well, actually, okay, that said, is there some magical rule like where you always have to have a certain digit or something? I don't think there is for an 11. I think there is for an 8. It seems like you have to have a 1, which we like agonized through. I mean, is there anything useful? That does not seem very useful. I don't know. I'm struggling, so let's just do it. Let's do Sudoku. Ugh. So, I mean, we're going to get some things from this, and I do have training wheels on. So we can see we need a 3. We can see we need a 4. We have a 5. We can see we need a 6. We have a 7. We see we need an 8. We see we need a 9. That did almost nothing. It was not okay. That was definitely the wrong choice. Grimbone encouraging me to do Sudoku. That was the wrong choice. Okay, Dordluck says I can determine the 13 cage. I didn't even look at the 13 cage. Okay, this is what I need. See, this is Nordluck over here. Just watching me. Just keep this kind of like... Why is this so dumb? Can I not... You're ruining my joke. Okay, I just want you there with your eyes on me, like making sure everything is okay. That's what Dr. Manhattan did, right? He was, during the scene, he was talking about how much he loves humans and he cares about their problems. I think that's what it was. Okay, you're wearing this rock. That's kind of like clothes. Okay, Nordlock says, I appreciate it. You're now my coach, by the way. You're my Sudoku coach. That we can solve, we can suss this cage out. And as an example, we know that there's not 1, 2, or 3 in here. We know weirdly there's not like a 4 or 5 pair that spans across here, and we know there's not a 9 in here or 1 in here, whatever. So the minimum this could be is 4 or 5. 4 plus 5 is 9. Well, that's kind of interesting. Okay. So if this was minimized, it'd be 4 plus 5 to get 9, but that doesn't work because then we'd have to put 4 here. So that's interesting. If this was 4 plus 6, this would be 3, and that seems fine. If this was 4 plus 7, this would be 11, so that would be 2, and that would be fine. If this was 4 plus 8, that doesn't work. So this could be 4 plus 6 or 7. Right? Because it's 4 plus 6. That would be 4, 6, 3. It's not 4, 5, because that doesn't work. It's 4, 6, 3. seems okay. 4, oh, 4, 7, 2 does not work. Oh, there's a 2 right here. And 4, 8. Four, 8, 1 does not work. So 4, 6 is a combination that works here, or whatever that's worth. 4, 6. So I guess I'm trying to decide: do you have to have a 4 here? Like, could this be 5, 6? If this was 5, 6. Oh, and obviously this isn't 4, 9. Obviously, so it's maybe it's 4, 6. I don't know. Is it 5, 6 would be 11? 5, 6 would be 11, but then you can't have the 2. 5, 7 would be 12, and you can't have the 1. But if it is 6, and then if it's 6, you've wrapped your way around to 4. So does that mean this is a 4, 6 pair? Is there anything else that can be in here? This can't be 1 or 2 or 3. This can't be 5. Something's wrong. Uh-oh, do you think I made a mistake? It's possible. Okay, am I missing some options here? Knowing I can't use 1, 2, or 3. 1, 2, or 3 are a no-go. So my only options are 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If I have a 9, now I'm just very nervous that I've missed something. Cell 2. This one? Is that what you mean by cell 2? Grimbone, are you just... Grimbone's like a devil. Grimbone's like this. Here's Grimbone, like, lurking in the shadows. I don't know why we've chosen to make you Watchmen characters, but here we are. Wait. You're ruining all my jokes. Okay, so, right. We've got Nordlock who's looking out for me. And then we have Grimbone up here is like being a creep. This? So you think something's wrong in here? Is that what you're saying? I feel like you're distracting me. You're out. I know you're out to get... What's wrong? It looks great. What are you talking about? That sums to 10. That sums to 15. That sums to 13. This will sum to 20. And then all that's left over is 7, 8. You think something's wrong? If something's wrong in this puzzle, I will never stream Sudoku ever again. I've already spent 55 minutes on this. This is crazy. Okay. Sorry. Options here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's all we've got. That's all we can do. We said that if one of them is a 4, can we not have a 4? Like, if we don't have a 4, it's 5, 6, 2. we don't have a 4, it's 5, 6, 2, which it can't be. Or it's 5, 7, 1. 5, 7, 1, which it can't be. We can't have an 8. Can we? Because we can't use 1, 2, 3, or we can't use 1, 2, or 3. Because this would be 8. Oh, we've already said if it's a 4. I think it's a 4, 6 pair. How can you make 13 without using 1 or 2? That's probably the easy way to think of this, Norbuck. Are you just, are you even trying to solve it, or are you just like looking at it like a Gestalt view and you're like, okay, how can you make 13 without using 1 or 2? I can't use 1 or 2. It's out of the question. Okay, yeah, see, Grimbone has this dual mind thing where he can like see the gestalt of the whole puzzle and the way it's simple. After we finish this puzzle, if we finish it, I will tell you a story about Sudoku and how it gave me a religious epiphany and changed my life forever. Okay, sorry. Nordluck, I'm sure this is frustrating. It's hard to do this on stream. I'm finding it's hard to do it and engage with Grimbone, honestly. It's Grimbone's fault, clearly. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to focus for a second. So I can't use 1 or 2. So my options are 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I feel like I worked through this and this is where I arrived. Am I wrong? Like, what are the, I guess it's just like, what are the ways to make 13? Right. I don't know why my mind is resistant to arithmetic while I'm streaming, but it just is. So 4, 6, 3 is an option. We've already said, we just know we can't do 4, 5, because then we break this. So 4, 6, 3 is an option. 5. Can you do 5 without 1 or 2? No. Okay. Well, okay. Right. Here's the way to think of it, I guess. It's like if you're thinking of ways to make 13 without 1 or 2. It seems hard. Honestly, it seems hard because it's you're taking 3 total out of the pool of what you could do in 2 digits. So you couldn't have... I'm sure there's some very straightforward way to do this. Sorry, I'm just like losing my mind slightly. Anyway. Nordluck, am I wrong? Is this not a 4-6 pair? I'll just redo it if I'm wrong here. Like, is this 4-6-3 seems promising to me, but it could be wrong. Like, if this was 9, then I have to make 4. And how can I make 4 without 1 or 2? Okay, well, I obviously got there in a really silly way. So what way did you get there? Did you just like list down the ways to make 13 and then knock out the ones that had 1 or 2? I would like to get to that point that I just have that mental list of like, here's how you make 13 in 3 digits. And I see Simon do that all the time where he's like, da 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 da. Okay, so here's Nordluck's approach. Let's walk through this. I'm sure this was a better way to do it. The lowest number you can make without 1 or 2 All right, so I can't have, I see. So instead of minimizing the value there, you're sort of minimizing, okay. Well, okay, I kind of did that, but I did it based on this column. But that doesn't, that's why I had so much ambiguity about this. But you're saying you just know there's no 1 or 2 anywhere inside here. So I was thinking about it in terms of the column, but I think because it seemed more profitable to not have 1, 2, or 3, but you're saying just not knowing you don't have the 1 or 2 period in any of them. Okay, yeah, let's get a neural net on this. Can you get started on that, Grimbone, please? Okay. If I don't have 1 or 2 in here, then the lowest number I can have, this is Nordlott's logic, I'm just reading it, is the lowest sequence I can have is 3 plus 4 plus 5 is equal to 12. So 3 plus 4 plus 5 is equal to 12. So I'm 1 short there, right? And then, so then he's saying there's only one way to make that 1 bigger because it's 3 plus 4. And that's 3 plus 4 plus 6. So let me just think through that for a second. I see. So you kind of got like the minimum value and saw that that was 12. I see. Okay. You got the minimum value, which is 3 plus 4 plus 5, which is 12. And you were like, okay, well, that's only 1 away from 13. So I just need one of those numbers to be 1 bigger. But I can't make the 3 bigger because then it would be 2 4s. I can't make the 4 bigger because it would be 2 5s. So the only way to make it bigger is a 3 4 6. It's 3 4 6. So I did it obviously the slowest possible way, but I understand. I think it'll take me a while to like internalize that, but that does mean that is a 4 6 pair. So I arrived at it at the most circuitous possible route. And I know this is 4 6. So I know this is 3. So this just is a 3. And that knocked a 3 out of here. So it's actually really weird, Grimbone, but your budget is the solution to this puzzle is actually your budget. So we have to solve it to know, because there's some ambiguity currently. Anyway, this 4 6 pair will tidy this up. Yeah, okay. I apologize for taking so long on that. I was trying to... So here's a weird thing that I do with like programming problems or fabrication problems or whatever. I try to do things from first principles, where it's sort of like, okay, I don't know, because I don't know. I don't have expertise in the domain. So I try to think of like, how would I do this from scratch? And so my silly from scratch way of doing that was just brute forcing it. But now I see there's a possibility of a better way. I mean, these cage puzzles are all arithmetic, and for some reason, you know, it's well established that my IQ drops 20 points when I'm on stream. So I can't even do basic arithmetic. Okay, anyway, we've knocked a 4 out of this. So that's a 5, and that's a 4. And that, well, we already knew this because we've said, well, that's a 4 6 pair. So we've knocked 4 and 6 out of this. So this is 8. And that pulls 8 out of our like mess of amateur pencil marks here. I feel like the rest of this puzzle is going to still... I believe in you. I think here's the main problem actually, Ramon, is that these are too easy for you. And I think what you should do is you should go back and do the opposite of what I did and sort by the hardest puzzle. Because I think it's just like these are so easy that your brain just won't even look at them. It's like you just look at them and you just snapshot it and you just see the whole completed puzzle. So I think you would actually do better with something a little more difficult. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and 8 are spoken for. So that leaves 5, 7, 9 here. The main thing I don't like about this puzzle is I haven't found a good excuse to make everything beautiful rainbow colors, which is kind of my favorite thing. So the 7 gets knocked out of there. So that 5, 9 pair seems to say this has to be a 7. And if this is a 5-9 pair, I'm very relieved that that makes this cage easy. So this 5-9 pair is 14, so this has to be a 4. And that knocks our amateur, or knocks these 4s out of our very amateur pencil marks. This is getting real restricted. Anyway, but it also does this. So this 6 and this 4. And that, I was about to knock the 4 out of this on the basis we don't have a 3, but I don't have to because this. So this is a 5, 1, 2. But it's got to be in a particular order, actually, right? Okay, we'll talk about that in a second. Maybe not. Let's see. Anyway, knock this out. So we do have 1, 2, 5. A 1, 2, 5. Coloring is, it's really my favorite part. And maybe that's the main reason I just saw these cages and I was like, ugh, I don't want to do this. But Terrier Darts and Grimbone demanded I do it because they do like to watch me suffer. They enjoy it. And I get it. It's fine. Anyway, so there's a weird thing here where, like, I don't think you can put the 5 here. I'm sorry, I don't think you can put the 5 here. Because if you put the 5 here, that's a 1, 2 pair and that breaks this. So I think the 5 has to be here. Right? Which makes this a 1, 2 pair, and then we get like a little 1, 2 X-Wing. That seem correct? And then this is gonna force that to be a 9, and that's gonna force that to be a 5. And hopefully this is all summing correctly. Appears to be. Okay, we have an 11 cage with like basically no digits, but let's just do this first. So we have 1, 2 spoken for, 3, 4, 5, 6 is spoken for. So this is 7, 8, 9. Oh, and that's just 8 because there's a 7, 9 here. If I was good at Sudoku, I would see that without the red marks, but I'm not. Oops. So that is 8. So that, great. Thankfully, we don't have to do more math. Uh-oh, wait, sorry. Did I make a mistake? Let's go back. I think you're right. You're right. I made a terrible mistake. I made an incorrect assumption. That 5 could be here to separate those. All I know, you're right. Yeah, you're right. I think you're right. Oh, Nord like you saved my life. Appreciate that. I made the incorrect assumption that to avoid having, I just knew that I couldn't put the 5 here, but there could be a 5 here. So all I really learned was this from that particular thing. Which is very sad because that means we do. Okay, one, I'm very grateful to you because I definitely, that would have been so sad if that was, I mean, maybe I would have walked on to the right solution, but it's very possible, if not probable, that would have been wrong. Okay. Definitely no, I hope no one is watching this expecting anything other than mistakes and bumbling from me because that is all you will get. Oh, that would have been so bad. Sometimes when I rush. Anyway. Okay, well, it still probably makes sense to go here. Is there something better? I mean, this is very restricted, actually. Why aren't we down here? I could have been good, but it would have been bad. I don't know. That would have been so disappointing to have it fail, like a coin flip of just me rushing through something where my logic was right, but my conclusion was not. You know, where it was like, oh, I can see there's something going off 1, 2, 5 here. Anyway, I think there's like, why are we not looking down here? Because I think this is actually the place to be. So we have 1, 2, 3. Once again, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So this just is 7, 8, 9. And we have 1. So this is 265, which I guess means we know this. Well, we know it anyway. We know it either way, but it is 1, 3, 4. Okay, it's good that that all checks out because it would have been sad. It would have been sad if it didn't. So the most this can be the absolute most this could be, if maximized, is 3 plus 4 equals 7. We have to hit 16, so we just know this is a 9, right? Because if this was 8 plus 4 plus 3, it would only be 15. So I think we know that's a 9. And we know there's not a 1 here. 7 minutes. Wait, does that mean I have 7 minutes left? I only have 7 minutes to solve this? Oh, that's unfortunate. Anyway, okay, so that's our. This is a 3-4 pair, so that's not 1, which forces 1 down here. And in the corner of my eye, we saw this. You did it in 7. You did the hardest puzzle on Logic Masters Germany in 7 minutes. I'm not. I mean, I have to say, I'm not surprised. I'm really not. That is a 6. That pulls 6 out of all these. So we have this silly 3, 4, 9 triple looking adorable here. We have these pairs. Okay, do we know anything? What do we know about this? So this almost looks like I've broken the puzzle, but I think it's barely possible. Because I think this has to be 7, 8 with a 2. No, that's not true. I'm sorry, that's not true. I thought when this was highlighted, I thought this was a 16, but this is an 18. So I'm sorry. It does mean that the minimum here. Oh well, similar conclusion, I guess. That the minimum here is 7 plus 8, which gives 15. So 5 and 6 are ruled out of this, right? Because if this is 7, 8. Oh, wait, you're on Sudoku.com. Okay. Okay. You're not on Logic Masters Germany. I see. Okay. Anyway, I think the minimum this can be is 15, right? 7 plus 8. And so that means the maximum this can be is 3. So I think that means this is a 2. And that means this is a 7, 8 pair. Because we couldn't have 9, because if it was 9 plus 7, it'd be 16. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, that's not true. It's not a 7, 8 pair. Specifically, it's not a 7, 8 pair, because a 7, 8 pair is only 15. So we do have to have a 9. So this is a 9. And then 9 plus 2 is 11. So our remainder is the 7. Sorry. Anyway, that means this is just an 8. And that pulls the 2 out of here. Nordlick, I know, I'm trying. Okay, let's try to stay on this roll. I said now I'm going to come grinding to a halt, though. This is where it all it all falls to pieces. Hey, Grimbone, you don't have to make excuses. I'm proud of you. You've made me proud of you today. Good job. Okay. I was on a roll for a minute. It felt very briefly like I was on a roll. I don't think we know anything about the orders of the... I mean... So we have this like weird thing where we have like a 5 X-Wing and then this like 1, 2... I don't know. And unfortunately, there's more ambiguity in this column because it could be 7, 8, 1, or 5. which I'm going to take the coward's way out and do 7, 8, 1, 5. And just, so we see 5 and 7 are knocked out of there. I know that it was cowardly, but I'm going to do it. It's because Grimbone keeps pressuring me to do Sudoku. Okay, we probably got to look at cages, right? I don't want to. This 17 cage doesn't have a 9 in it, but it couldn't have a 9 in it. Could it? I guess it could. It would just be like 9 plus. Yeah. So it'd be like 9 plus 7 plus 1 or something like that. So yeah, it could, but it doesn't. There's no 9 here. I don't want to think about that cage. Do I want to think about this cage instead? This 11 cage? Wait, do I have to scroll up? Didn't Nordlock list everything that can go into an 11 cage? Is that what, or that was a different cage? No, I don't remember. Okay, I feel like I can feel my roll fizzling because I'm gonna get hung up on easy arithmetic again. Oh, weird column. But I don't think there's any way to disambiguate. I mean, just as far as like the options available. Just wondering if I could clean up pencil marks, but I don't. That's actually kind of interesting because that does mean there is. This is, oh, well, that's a little bit interesting, right? Because that essentially means this is like a 1, 2, 5 triple, but it doesn't help that much. Because this could still be, this still has a lot of options. I don't know. That's kind of interesting. So we know 1, 2, 5, it just means we have 4 options. So it's 6, 8, 4, 9. I don't know if that's worth putting in, but I'm gonna, because I see some 9s over here. Oh, does that just place the 9? It does. I accidentally did Sudoku. Because it's 6, 8. Sorry. Well, I don't know why I did it in that order. But anyway, you can see that you've got to handle the rest of the 6, 8. And then you can see that we also don't have a 4 or a 9 anywhere. Oh, I'm sorry, it doesn't place the 9. I'm sorry. I thought it did, but it doesn't quite. Not quite. We know there's not a 9 in these two. Okay, I know I'm taking a cowardly. Look at Nordlock with those totals. Wait, it does place the 9? Couldn't the 9 be... I thought it did for a second, because these are eaten up, and this is eaten up. But I think 9 could still be here or here, right? Wait, sorry, I'm missing in the column. Well, oh, yeah, of course. That's what I was, weird. That's what I was thinking, and then I talked myself out of that. Right, it does place the 9. I just confused myself, but yeah, okay, sorry. That is so weird because I saw that, and then I like convinced myself I was wrong just because I assumed like, oh, I'm probably wrong. Okay, well, that was a weird feeling, but thank you for letting me know that I was not wrong for once. That's a lot of squares looking here, but we do have. This one is. Do we know anything else about 9s? I don't think so. I mean, it does seem like we're getting close to just making some Sudoku conclusions, but you know, I refuse to do that. Okay, sorry. What were we talking about? We're talking about 11. We're trying to make 11 without 4s, without 6, 5, 4. Is that true? Did you read that in a book of fun facts about Hitler? Like one of those teen magazines, you know, where it's like like this, like Tiger Beat, where it's like you could learn about the new kids on the block. But you're telling me you got a magazine like this that just had like fun facts about all the cutest boys and like things they love, you know, like cool color pinups of each kid, or picking up the pieces with the new kids. Christian Slater, sensational centerfold, enough said. But you're saying you got an issue with Hitler in it, and it just had like fun facts. Can we name everyone on this cover? I mean, there's Fred Savage up here, which says he's fine and foxy. He's like 9 years old. This is weird. Does this magazine still exist? Fine and foxy. He's like 9. Okay, so you got one that had like Hitler, Mussolini. You had like everybody. That's cool. It's really a collector's edition. I don't think I can name the new kids for you. Is that Jordan? Or is that Jordan? I don't know. I mean, I recognize Christian Slater. We got Neil Patrick Harris from his Doogie Howser days. This is very exciting. Okay, sorry we got distracted by Tiger Beat. Stalin was the centerfold. It's pretty weird that a kid magazine, at least one of the, I mean, I don't even know how to respond to that, because you're making me feel old, Nordlock, because I was a kid when the new kids were kids. They were older than me, but now my feelings are hurt and I don't want to do Sudoku anymore. Okay, anyway, we have to be close, right? We just have to do this dumb thing. So, how would I make 11? Nordlock has that fun list. I don't know why I just can't do this on the fly. So Nordlock's fun list says 128, 137, 146, 236, and 245. However, we said we can't have 4, 5, or 6. But that still means like 128, 137. So it's really just 128 and 137, right? Because 145 is not valid. I'm sorry, 146 is not valid. 236 is not valid, and 245 is not valid. So the only way, is that right, Nordblock, that there's only 2 valid ways to make 11 here, which is 128 or 137? Is that what you're telling me? I like how you say that's how you make it. Like it's your special recipe. Like, well, you know, I learned from my grandma how to make 11 with 128 or 137. So this could be 1, 2, good, nope. 128 or 1 or 37. But we can see, so we need a 1, but there's not a 1. So a 1 is required, basically, is what you're telling me. And the 1 is knocked out of there. So that means this, we don't have a 1 here, and this just is a 1, because we, like, a 1 is required. And then we have to, so it was 1. So now we have to, how do we make this 11 then? Well, we got rid of this 1, so we get this 8. Okay, let's tidy up. So that's 3, that's 7. So this is either, oh wait, I shouldn't do that yet. Because if this isn't 7, 84 minutes, I mean, I'm not good at this. I just have to stress that. If this isn't 7, this isn't 3. Right? Well, I guess we already knew that because we're taking the 3 out of here and the 7 out of here. So it's 137 only in that order, or it's 128 in either order. However, let's do these other this other tidying up. I never said I was good at this. I mean, maybe I said that, but it wasn't true. If I said it, it was not true. Anyway, because we know the one's not here, this is an 8, we've determined. So there's no 8 here. So that means that 1, 2, 8 is no longer an option. Can I get like a handy little card or something, like a little pencil, or like a little lookup table that I can keep, maybe a tattoo that shows like all the options of 11s. Anyway, that would appear to make this 3 and 7. And that would appear to make this 9. And it would seem we're only lacking a 2 here, which finally, hours later, well, we can do this 7 and this 6 and this 8 and this 9. Finally, we get this. This is the 2 that Grimbone's been waiting for. 2. Which forces the 5 to be here. Because we see 1, 2, yeah. And then now this is a 1. And that's going to make these buddies. I guess the 2 really did. We get the 2 and we get the 1. 9 is not a thing. But this is a 9 and this is a 5. And should I be using the keyboard instead of clicking the little buttons that have numbers? Maybe. Anyway, that's 1. Okay, it's I can feel it just crumbling now, right? It's just like falling apart in my hands. All thanks to my coach, Coach Nordlock, and assistant coach Grimbone. I thought we were going to do better, but obviously, I mean, there's still some cages here. So I assume the constructor selfishly expects me to still do some cage stuff. That's fine. Okay, so this isn't 6, 8. Because if this was 6, 8, it'd be equal to 14, and then we'd have to put a 1 here. And we can't have a 1 here. So there's definitely a 4 in there, right? Doesn't help anything. Oh, wait, there's a 6, 8 up. Uh-oh. Oh, that's fine. That's fine. I just said that's fine. This is like a 4, 6, 8 triple. I just almost had a small heart attack. So this is either 4 plus 6 plus 5. 4 plus 6 plus 5. Or it's 4 plus 8. 4 plus 8 is 12. Plus 3, right? So we get a 3, 5 pair that does nothing there. Although, I mean, we get a 3, 4, 5 triple here, I guess. Do we care about that? Do we care about a 3, 4, 5 triple? I'm trying to just practice being able to spot things like that, but I don't think it's really helpful here. I mean, I love it. I'm proud of myself. But I don't think it's very meaningful. I mean, yeah, whatever. We should just do this cage. I'm avoiding it. If you can't tell, I'm doing this cage has been staring me down, and it just looks so not fun. Oh, but it's easy. Wait. Okay, sorry. We know this whole column. So we need 2, 4, 8. No. We need 2 and 8, 2, 6, 8. 2, 6, 8. Well, that gets real easy because that's just a 2. So this is just a 6, 8 pair. And 6 plus 8 is 14, so this is just a 3. Okay. I was putting that off because I thought it was going to be hard, but then it wasn't very hard. That's the 4, that's the 3. Oopsie. That means the 4 is not here, but we know a 4 is required. 4 plus 5 is 9, so this is the 6 to hit. Was that 15? I think so. Which means that's the 8, and that's the 6, and that's the 8. Oops. Yeah, that's the 8, and that's the 6, and that's the 4. And that's the 5. Oh my gosh. Lord luck, I couldn't have done it without you. I would have hit this point and then realized this is where I would have realized that I got like those I made this mistake wrong and like put this in the wrong order, which I did. You can see I did. I made the wrong choice. So if you hadn't saved me, hopefully it would have just fallen apart really, very quickly and I could have backed up. But you could easily imagine it being like now is where it would have crumbled to pieces before my very eyes. And I have very bad news, which is I think we just have to do Sudoku now. Which is so boring. 1, 2, 3. So is that what? 4, 7? Whoopsie. And that's the 7, and that's the 4. And this is 1, 2. So we're missing 3 and 7 here. I should just look instead of using relying on the training wheels. This we're missing. Well, okay, some of these are just write-ins at this point. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's missing an 8. And this is missing a 1. And this is missing a 2 and a 6. And there's a 6 there, so this is a 2 and this is a 6. And now this is 1, 2, 3, 4. That's just missing a 9. And this is just missing, what, 8? Oh, I could have easily seen that here. Okay. Oh my gosh. I don't want to use my eyes. Nordlock, I really appreciate that. I'm actually, the most impressive part of this whole puzzle is that you, as a person who knows how to do this, were able to watch me without just smashing your screen in rage at all of my floundering. So the real hero, I appreciate it. I enjoyed it. I really did not want to do the cages, but we did it. We did it, everybody. So how do we do the, so now we got to do our like solution entry, right? How did I do this? We already entered this solution. I guess we just lost it. Okay, I want to do another one. What was this one? That was called backtracking. This one? Okay. Grimbone, I cannot believe you made me do that. So, what do we need? Row 8. Row 8, 9, 5, 3, 1, 6, 7, 4, 8, 2, and column 8, 6, 4, 1, 3, 2, 9, 5, 8, 7. Did I do that correctly? See, okay. Man, it's funny, like, I don't know why my brain is so resistant to that particular thing of like, okay, there's a finite set of digits that will add to this. My brain just doesn't want to just make that list. I don't know, maybe I would have an easier time of it while not streaming, but okay. The difficulty was, I mean, we kind of always knew where to go. There was that one place I didn't know where to go, and then Nordluck, you told me to clean up my pencil darts. Okay, so with some chess rules in there. Okay, I'll try. And I will definitely. Okay, yeah, I do. So that's called like a negative constraint, right? Where it's like something can't be near something. I would try a negative constraint. So I will call this easy because it feels like it didn't need wizardry. It just needed arithmetic. And I think it was nice. It was a nice puzzle. Nice. Okay, so I'm sorry, something's in my eye. I'm going to take a very short break to get some water, and then I will try to find one with some like chess. It's just an easy 90-minute, but what? Piece of cake. Easy. Okay, I'm going to be right back. Excuse me, please. Okay, you know what I really want to do is there's a puzzle I tried to do yesterday like 10 times and I kept making mistakes and having to start over and I still have not figured it out. But maybe I could do it with my coach watching. But Terrier Darts, for you, as a gift to you, for your kind words of insults, for all your kinds, for all your kind insults and abuse, I will search for. Wait, how do you do this? Puzzle portal. I am a German logic master, by the way. That's why I do have an account here. Search puzzles. Okay, so what do we want to try an advanced search, and we want to see the easiest puzzles that where the rating is greater than or equal to 90. And so you want to see some chess rules. What do you think the fun icon for chess rules looks like? It's probably, I can't even find this. I can't even scan the grid of Sudoku puzzle variants. Wait, did you see it? Oh, beginners. That's where I really should be. Math knowledge. Uh-oh. Oh, is it on the bottom row? I'm sorry. Chess. Okay, chess constraints. So let's add weight to the chess constraints. I feel like this is not a good icon for chess, but I guess it's just showing a king's move. Is that? I was like looking for a horsey. Oh, I'm sorry. It is a chess piece. What is this? That's 2, 3, 5, 8. Okay, good grief. I was looking for a horsey. It's just a very small horsey. And for those of you who aren't familiar with chess, this piece is called the horsey. Okay, are we satisfied with our search constraint? I want the easiest puzzle with a high rating that features horsies. This only has 30 solves. Wait, why are these? Oh no, are you telling me there are no 1-star horsey puzzles? Oh no. Yeah, but this has 2 stars for difficulty, according to the 2 German logic masters. Okay, we'll try it. This looks hard, man. Wait, there are 1-star horsey puzzles? Why did they not come up? Let's go. Is there something wrong with my search? Okay, let me just, did I accidentally like check something else down here? Okay, let's try again. I want the easiest. Or did I pick the wrong one? Sorry, maybe were the ratings great? Okay, but I only want, maybe that's why. I wanted horsies with, but I only want 1-star horsey puzzles that are above a 90% rating. So I only want horsey puzzles above 90% rating. I don't want like Joker clown puzzles. So if that means I have to do 2 stars for quality, Knights of Parody, 4 out of 5 stars for difficulty. That has been on the site for a year and only 4 people have solved it. Oh, Fafford, I wonder if this maybe have been done on Cracking the Cryptic, because he's done a Fafford puzzle recently. Anyway, we're gonna do this one. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know about this. This isn't just kings and knights moves. This is... can I do this, or should I just find a lower quality 1-star horsey puzzle? With 89%, okay. I'm gonna chicken out, and we'll just say greater than or equal to 85. I've never even seen that. I've never seen that with like where every piece. That's cool. It's interesting, but I'm a coward. So let's try this. Yeah, we'll save that one. Put a pin because it's going to take me 7 hours to do it. Okay. An anti-Knight's Tale puzzle. So which horsey puzzle do we want? Really, these are... How did you get an 89? Why do I only see an 80? I know, I should lower my standards a little bit. How come I only see an 88? Okay, but I'm prepared to do that. Wait. Oh yeah, we'll do this. An anti-Knight's Tale puzzle. No, but this is, well, I don't really want to do a 6. I don't want to do a 6x6. So I'm going to not do that one. Oh my gosh. Is there any that are just only horsies? I don't know. Which one should I do? Of the 1-star horsey puzzles. That one looks kind of cool. I want to try this one. How do we feel about that? Oh, but sorry, this one isn't Knight's move. Anti-king, not anti-knight. Okay, sorry. How about this? So either anti-knight... Well, that one's too tiny, so I think we're going to do the anti-knight arrow Sudoku. Good heavens. Okay, I'm doing this one. Are there any objections? So, let's talk about arrows and horsies. Normal Sudoku rules apply. Digits separated by a knight's move can't be the same. So there's that crazy, you know, like if this was a... Everybody knows this, but I'm just going to explain it. If this was a 5, normal like Sudoku logic would say that none of these could be 5. And none of these could be 5. And none of these could be 5. That's Sudoku for losers that no one cares about. It's boring. This also adds that a chess knight's move, and I don't know why they keep using the word knight because I think they mean horsey. It might be a translation from German to English because this should actually be like anti-horsey. It means that anything that is a horsey move, which is an L shape, is also illegal, which is pretty wild when you think about, just thinking about like this, oops, not that one. That this center digit, like, it's really restrictive. But the problem is that because it's like a negative constraint, you have to constantly be evaluating for it. And so you have to have your eyes on basically these, this is the addition. So we have to have our eyes on these. And I'm guaranteeing you right now that I will miss it every time. That I will just... I will blow it. So it's great that we already have a 5 in the grid, so I think we should just go with this. It looks good. Grimbone, should I just do this 5? I think, so Grimbone being a Sudoku expert typically suggests that you just go through and just like, if you get a Sudoku like this that doesn't have any numbers, you want to just go in and get a few numbers in the grid to start with, because otherwise it's going to be really hard. I mean, the odds aren't terrible. They're not great, but you know, they could be worse. Okay, anyway, of the limited knowledge I have about things like arrows, Sudokus, tell me that this is where we should look to start. And the reason is because if we minimize these, we get 3, 6, 9. So doesn't that force this to be a 9? Okay, I should just play Sudoku from here. I think you're right. There's a certain point where it's just like you're just showing off if you're using the arrows and stuff. Okay, but let's. Is that true? Is the thing I just said true? That with this many, like, these have to be 1-2 pairs. I mean, obviously, or is there a place that we can get away with another 1 on this? And I don't think so. I mean, obviously these two see each other, so that has to be a pair. That has to be a pair. And these see each other even though they're not in the same box. So I feel like this is a requirement, right? That this is a 9. 3, 6, 9. Sorry if I'm laboring the point. I just want to be sure. So that's exciting. Look at these numbers we got already. That's very exciting. And it means crazy things about where 1s and 2s can go in this puzzle, actually. It's almost to the point that I want to try to investigate where you can put 1s and 2s, because this is so crazy limiting. But let's not do that yet. Limiting, you know, given the knight's move constraint. But I don't think we actually know because of the ambiguity of the order. Anyway, so that was an incredible arrow, and I'm grateful for it. It was given to us by 335544332. Is that their phone number? The next potentially fruitful line would be this one, because we know in 3 digits you can only... Oh my god, is there coloring? Okay. As far as like the coloring of the 1-2 pairs to differentiate those, or coloring of polarity, or okay. I'm all aboard for that. So we'll see. Okay, anyway. This arrow is deceptive, I think. Because normally you might want to say something like, oh, this has to be 1 + 2 + 3 = 6. But I don't think that's true. I think it could be 1 + 2 + 1. 1 + 2 + 1 = 4. Right? 1 + 2 + 1. Well, no, it can't, because I already used my 1s and 2s here. So this could be a 1, but this, I've used my 1s and 2s. I've used them so much. I've used my 1s and 2s so much that weirdly there's a 1. I think there has to be a 1 here, probably. Anyway. Well, because 1 and 2 isn't here, and 1 and 2 isn't here. So 1 and 2 is in here, but this is obviously not 1. And so, is this right? Like, I think 1 and 2 has to go here. Is this a 1-2 pair? Oops. I mean, just by Sudoku? I know, you know I try not to do Sudoku, but like 1 and 2 is spoken for, 1 and 2 is spoken for, so we've got to speak for 1 and 2 here. Oh my gosh, is it roping? I think you're right. So you're saying if this is straight up roping, whatever this digit is also this digit, is also this digit. I think you're right. Okay, I'm excited. I'm excited to get to the roping. Anyway, that means that if we minimize these as 3, 4. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. Okay, it's a mini rope. if we minimize, and I want to just tell you right now, I already forgot about the nice move constraint. Just 100% forgot about it. So it's going to be really exciting forgetting that constantly and having you remind me. Anyway, we know this isn't 1 or 2. So if this is 3, 4, this is 7. So it could be 7 plus 1 is equal to 8, or it could be 7 plus 2 is equal to 9, but this is not 9. So I think this is an 8. Right? So, and we said this is 3, 4 equals 7 plus 1. So I think this is the 1. So is this going to like cascade everywhere? So this is 3, 4. That's 7. We know we're aiming for 8. So this is a 1. And that's a 2, I think. So that forces this to be a 2. I guess we're not quite going to have it cascade everywhere, but we'll... Anyway, so that is a 2. That is a 1. Because of the knight's move constraint, okay, Terrier Darts, this is for you. This is not a 1 because it has a horsey move. So this is a, so we already, I didn't think this was going to untangle so quickly, but I think that means this is a 2 and this is a 1. And because of this knight's move constraint, this is a 1 and this is a 2. Does all that feel like it checks out? I think it does. So that's very exciting. So we've got millions of 1s and 2s all over the board. In fact, we have so many that I almost want to just like check things out because of just to see if there's like a sneaky knight's move. Like 1 is down here somewhere, but this doesn't see it. It feels like there probably is. Like 1 is like actually sneakily cornered somewhere, but I just don't see it. And 2 is in here some. Oh, okay. Well, this is an example. So like this 2 and this 2 rule out all of these. So we can only put a 2 in here, but this cell is a knight's move away. So that means this is a 2, or one of those 2 cells is guaranteed to contain a 2. Coach says it looks good. That's all I need to hear. I don't really know where I feel is like the most fruitful place to look next. I mean, it felt very obvious that that was a place to start. And it felt very obvious that that was the second place to go. It'd be interesting to see a line. The other lines are all short. But if you saw one of those short lines that had 1 and 2 ruled out, that would be kind of cool. And I'm just wondering if there's a weird thing with the knight's move that is doing that I'm just not seeing. Like, for example, looking at this obviously can't be a 1, but it also can't be a 2. And this can't be a 2. So 2 is ruled out of these. There's no 2 on this line. In fact, it's ruled out. It's double ruled out. The line in box 2. Oh, yeah. I mean, yes. Okay. First of all, Nordlike, yes, but that one's boring because it just sees the 1 and 2. I was trying to be smarter and cooler by looking for places where it was a knight's move that saw it. But yes, you are right that this cannot have a 1 or 2 on it. So the minimum it can have on it is a 3 or a 4. So that's a 7, right? So the minimum this can be is 7. And it sees 9. So it's a 7 or an 8. As far as degrees of latitude, a thing that my coach taught me was that if you know there's only 1 degree of latitude, like if 3 or 4 equals 7, I can only add 1 more to make 8. but I can't add it to the 3 because I'd end up with 2 4s. So the only other thing I could add is a 5. So it's a 3, 4, 5. Coach, did I get that right? Please tell me I did. So this could be 3, 4 or 4, 3 in either order, or it could be 3, 5 in either order. Oh, come on. Thanks, Coach. Okay. I get it. I get the idea. I think it's going to take some time to internalize that. So that's a little bit fun. This 8 sadly does not see that. Is there anything else that's really fun? I mean, this rule's, that's useless because we already know there's not 1s and 2s in circles. I want to use the horsies. That's what I want to do. I'm probably missing something obvious because I'm just trying so hard to find horsey logic. Bending over backwards. Well, like this can't have a 1. 1 is totally rolled off that line, but 2 is rolled off of this. Well, but it's not even by horsey, it just can see it. This is boring. Anyway, the minimum this could be is 2, 3, but I don't know if that's that interesting, right? Because that makes this 5 at a minimum. The 2 would have to be here. And the 3 would have to be here. Oh, this can't be a 3, because we have a 3, 4. Oh. Does that mean that the minimum here is 2, 5? Is that really true? So we definitely can't have a 1 on this, no question. We can't have a 3 or a 4 on this. We can have a 2 on it, but only if the 2 goes here. So the minimum this can be is 2, 5, so that is 7, 8, or 9, but it's not 8, so this is 7 or 9. I wasn't really expecting that. Okay, but okay, in a case like this, though, where the latitude is 2, it feels less fruitful, right? It just feels like... Well, okay, but maybe that's not true, because this is so limited. I mean, I know that this could be a 2, but could this be... If this was a 3... Oh, that's kind of interesting. So, this could be a 2, right? Because it could be 2, 5, 7. Oh no, are there horsies I'm missing? Wait, is there more? Well, oh shoot. Oh, that's kind of interesting. So this is not a 7 or a 9. But I'm not ready for this one yet. Is there other horsey logic I'm missing? Okay, well, let me just talk to the silly thing that I was just saying here. Just to make sure that I kind of understand it. So like we said this could be a 2, that this could be 2, 5, 7, for example. It could not be 2, 6, 8. And it could not be 2, 7, 9. So if this is a 2, then it has to be... If this is a 2, it has to be 2, 5. If it's a 3, it can't be 5 because it'd be 3, 5, 8. And we said you can't. But it could be 3, 4, 7. No, it can't. Because that would make this not work. So it can't be 3, 4. Can't be 3, 5, 8. Could be 3, 6, 9. So this is a 3. It's a... Oh, I see what you're saying. I'm sorry. You're saying that this could not ever be a 3. Because if this was a 3, this would be a 4, and this would be a 3, and that would rule the 3 out here. That's interesting. This could never be a 3. Yeah, okay, I see. Okay, it's funny. I saw that immediately. I realized it as you typed it. And I really did. I'm not just saying that. I'm not just pretending. I understand what you mean. There's no way this could ever be a 3 because it would bump the 3 here down. I see. Okay. Got it. Same logic with a 4. Right? And this can't be 5, 2 because we said there's no 5. There's 2 here. It can't be 6, 3. So this is where I actually have a little bit of a hard time. And again, maybe it's because I'm streaming or whatever, but I feel like when I'm like taking these things off and saying what could or couldn't be, I kind of lose track, honestly. So we've talked about this being a 2. We know it's not a 1. Then we've talked about it cannot be a 3 or 4, which makes a lot of sense. We talked about it. If it was a 5, it would be plus 2 equals 7, which is not okay. Or it would be 5 plus 4 equals 9, which is also not okay. So it's not a 5. If it was a 6, it would be 6, 1, 7, which is not okay. Or it would be 6... It would be 6, 3, 9, which is not okay. So really, I mean, I could probably do this in another way and just say what this could be. Would that have been better to do? I feel like I'm doing this in a poor way. Like it would be better to eliminate or like do additive. So as an, like, I guess what I mean is like, this can't be 1, 2, 3, or 4. So it could be 5. In theory, it could be 5, 6, 7, 8. Just, or not 8, sorry. It could be 5, 6, 7. Well, in theory, it could be 5, 6, 7, 8. Like these are things you could potentially allow here. It's not an 8 because it's visible. I'm just trying to like practice a better way to do this than what I was just doing, because I feel like what I was just doing was not very fruitful. And then we've said similarly that this can't be 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's kind of the same. Oh, no, sorry. It can be 2, but it can't be 1, 4. So it can be 2, but then it would be kind of the same, it's not 1, 3, 4. So it's, in theory, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm just trying to think of, I realize this is redundant now because I think we got it, but I'm just trying to like think through like what's a way that I could approach this that isn't so annoying of just me like balancing numbers in my head. So obviously this can't be an 8. That's a given. It can't be a 7 because there's no 2 here. It can't be a 6 because a 6 would require a 1 here, which it can't be, or a 3 here, which it can't be. And it can't be a 5 because a 5 would require a 2 or a 4. So I was correct that this can only be a 2. Maybe that was a slightly easier way to see it. I don't know. I don't really have like a personal feel for what I think is the best way to do those things. Anyway, I think that means this is a 2. And if this is a 2, this is either 7 minus 2 is 5, or 9 minus 2 is 7. So 6 is rolled out of here. Oops. Oh, I see what you mean. Like the minimum here is what the maximum here is. Okay, that would have been a shortcut to what I just arrived at. Or at what it just arrived. Okay. But that's all I know, right? Is there more clarity available here? I don't think that there is. I think I placed a 2. and I narrowed these down, but I don't think I know this digit. Or do I? I don't think I do. Anyway, a kind of interesting thing here is according to this, which seems to be valid, we have eliminated 2 from here. So 2 lands here. Oops. Is that exciting? Look at all these freaking 2s. So that, I think, places a 2 here. Because this would be knight's move. So doesn't that place this 2? All these 2s out of nowhere. It's like raining 2s. So there's a 2 on this guy. And there's a 2 down here in Boring Town. And that all seems okay. I think by Knight's logic. I'm just looking for if I've missed any knights. Anyway. What do we know about this? We know this can't be a 1. That's very helpful. Because I would have put a 1 there. Okay, that's a good thing to know now. That, like, flippy, the floppy pair. When you got a pair like that, that Knight's logic just makes it kind of like it's not a pair. Like it's a, I don't know, like a quantum cell. Okay, anyway, but is there something going on here? How did we decide this works? This, I feel like I'm kind of like broken the puzzle, right? Because it feels like whatever is here, if this is a 3 or a 4, or in other words, I don't think this can be a 3-4 pair, right? Because if this is a 3 or a 4, it sees both of those. So like if this is a 3, then this is a 4. What? Okay, wait. I already know. Good grief. Why don't I? This just is a 5. Because it's just a 3-4 pair right here. This just is a 5, right? Why am I so bad at this? I mean, I've been doing this for some hours now. So 3 hours of this, maybe my brain is just falling to pieces. Anyway. So is this why you were thinking maybe there's coloring to know like which, like this is a blue 3 and this is the other 3 and this is the opposite 3? Like if this is the blue 3 and this is the green 3 or whatever? Or, you know, the digit, whichever it is. Because we know those are different. We know these are different, obviously. So then you end up with a question of like, where does the green digit go here? But it could be there or there, I think. Okay, I don't know. I feel like now I've got pencil marks all over the place. I just don't even know what's what anymore. Oh, the 1-2 pairs? Does the 5 force anything? That is a good question, Terrier, because I was just thinking about that in terms of, I don't think it, I mean, you can't see down in here. Certainly eliminates 5 from here and here, but it still seems possible that 5 could be in one of those 2 positions. It means this is not a 5. which is kind of interesting. Okay, that's worth considering, maybe. I mean, like, what are our options here? Given that this is a 2. And this just unfortunately doesn't seem to be under very much pressure, other than we just know it's not a 2. It's also not an 8. So this is not a 10. We can say that with confidence. Um, I don't know. Maybe that will come into play, but it just doesn't feel very useful because this still feels like this could be like anything on Earth. Because this still could be just 2 plus 1 equals, this could be 3 or 4 or 6 or 7. Well, I think this can swing either way. Are you saying this because you know the truth? Sorry. Yes, you're right. You're right, Terry. Okay, were you being coy? I'm sorry. I had in my mind that I had 1 degree of freedom here because this was a 5, but I don't. That degree of freedom came from the 3, 4. So I just am totally missing that. That is very silly. This obviously is not 4 because we've ruled 9 out of here. So you're just politely asking rather than telling me, which I do appreciate. That was a very obvious thing that I've missed entirely. But it's kind of cool that it will untangle these. Anyway, sorry. 5 plus floor would be 9, which is not an option. So we're ditching the 4. We're insisting that this is a 3. And 5 plus 3 is usually 8. There may be rare instances where it isn't, but it usually is. And because we know that the blue, I mean, this may not come into play, but whatever. Now I'm going to color them for the rest of the puzzle. Blue means 3 and green means 4. That makes 8s a little bit interesting. A little bit. I mean, it just means that 8 over here works thusly. But I don't know. What are these 3s? What does that mean for 3s? It means it puts 3s down here, but not here. So that's a thing that is true. You know what we call that, Cherry Darts? We call that tact. This is a tactful maneuver. So because I'm bad at Sudoku, I will rely on things like this. So this is what? 4, 6, 7, 9. I just typed that completely incorrectly. 4, 6, 7, 9. Well, that's kind of, that's a little bit fun, right? At first blush, it would seem we only can knock the 4s out. But that 9 sees both of these. So neither of these can be 9. And that we just got a 6, 7 pair just like out of the heavens. Heaven just came and just blessed us with a 6, 7 pair. Is there any other fun things? That 4 is not. I don't think we see any other. Do we? That's where I just am so certain I'm going to screw up. Well, yeah, this is a 6, 7 pair, so 6 and 7 is not in here. So that is a 4, 9 pair, which puts 4 down here somewhere, but I don't know if I care about that. Do I care about that? Not really. Anyway, given that 6, 7 pair, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is an 8, 9 pair, which is cool, actually, because that I think will. Oh no, it doesn't. Sorry, I thought it was going to see this, but it doesn't. Okay, so that is an 8, 9 pair. But I don't think it actually. sees anything super useful. I thought that was going to be more exciting, but it turned out to be not very exciting. Okay, I'm going to be pathetic again. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 5, 6, 7, 8. I feel like I just have to do this, or I'm just not going to see the knight's moves. Like this sees this. This is not a 5. I don't think it magically sees this 6, 7 pair. Doesn't see that 8. It weirdly sees this 8, but we don't know that that's an 8 yet. Although this is weird. No, I don't think we know that, actually. Never mind. I think it's fine for that to be an 8. And I think we actually didn't learn anything from this, which is a sad story. Well, no, because this can't be an 8. Because either this is an 8 and it sees it, or this is an 8 and it sees it. So that is like very so slightly cool. This, we did say, this is relative, this is like modestly high. We know that 1 or 2 can't be on here, so the minimum this could be is 3. In fact, does it have to be 3? Because if it was 4 plus any other digit, well, because I guess it could be 4 plus 1. So this has to be a 3 or a 4. Does that seem like a true statement? Because it can't be 1 or 2. It could be 3. Could it be 3? Yeah, it couldn't be 2, 3, 5, but it could be 4, like 4, 3, 7 or something. In fact, maybe that's the only thing it could be. And then, is there a reason that couldn't be true? 4, 3, 7. I don't think anything sees that. Oh, we lost Grimbone Rorschach. It's gone. And as far as this being a 4, it could not be 2, 4, 6, but I think it could be 3, 4, 7 or 1, 4, 5. But I don't. Can this be greater? Can this be 5? I guess it could be 5 because it could be 5, 1, 6. Because I think this is still okay to be a 1. Or 5. No, it couldn't be 5, 2, 7, but I think it could be 5, 1, 6. Could it be? Oh, that's boring. Never mind. I thought this was going to be more interesting, but this was not as restricted as I thought, because I guess I had in my mind that we weren't going to be able to put 1s here. But if you can put 1s here, you can kind of do, oops. Shoot. That can be a lot of things. So that's boring and lame. Because this could be a 1. But it can't be a 2. It could be a 3. And it could be a 4. So is this just like 1, 3, 4? And this appears to be able to be a 1. It appears to not be able to be a 2. If it was a 3, it could be like 3 plus 4 plus 7, but that's all it could be, I think. If it was a 4, it could be 4 plus 3 equals 7, which I think is okay. But it couldn't be a 5 because it'd be 5 plus 3 plus 8 and we'd blow it. So that seems like a maybe. I mean, okay, that's not as I don't think that was the place I was supposed to be looking. That seems like not useful. It seems like I am missing things. 257, 279. Do we have something funny here? Like, no. Thought we had a quadruple, but we actually don't. Not the case. There's like some mystery digit. No, it's not. They're all accounted there. Never mind. I don't think this is very useful. I guess we know it's not a 5 and we know it's not an 8, but it's like a 5. So this is essentially like a 5, 6, 7. Oops. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You know, it's quintuple of what we have, but it's not a useful quintuple. We do rule 8 out of it because of this. And we do rule 5 out of it because of this. But it's still not. Oh. But does that. Do we just place our 5? Okay, that's just me not seeing Knight's moves, right? Did I just. That 5. So it's never. Could that have ever been a 5? I don't think it could have because we decided that was a 2. We decided that early on. So this has just been a 5 right in front of my face for hundreds of years. Okay, Terry Darts has a suggestion, but let me. Or are you talking about this one? Tip of the arrow in box 6. But there's 3 tips of arrows in box 6. Oh, above the 2. This one? Okay, I'll look at that in a second. Sorry. But this, I believe, is a 5. And if this is a 5, then this is a 7. And that will simplify things, but not totally clean them up, right? Okay, but you're talking about this because it is under such insane pressure from so many different viewpoints, which I think you're probably right, because this sees a lot of stuff given the it sees a lot of stuff given. I think we need that 5 for a long time, actually, weirdly. That's funny. Okay, so you think we should look here. That this is, like, what could be here? Knowing this could be as much as 9. So normally, if you were thinking about what could be here, it could be an insane number of things. So is it really possible that that many things can see this? Because if this was 9, and this was a 1, then normally on a 2 cell, like a 2 arrow, sorry, like a 2 cell length arrow, this would be like under no pressure because it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? I'm sorry, not 9, but it could be anything up to 9 because this could be a 1 and this could be a 9. And we don't know that yet, but we do know a lot of things. So we, for example, because we know this is not a 1, this could never be an 8. So we know that. Since this can't be a 2 or a 1, that means this can't be a 7. It means basically the minimum this could be is a 3. So no, that can't be a 7. It sees 1 and 2 and 4. So 1, 2, and 4 come out. So that means that this is just 3, 5, or 6. And the 3 sees it by Knight's move. So that gets us down to 5, 6. And weirdly, that was a good spot, Terry Darts, because we know the 6 is not down here. One of these is guaranteed to be a 6. We just don't know which one it is. But that knocks the 6 out of here. So I think you're right that is forced to be a 5. Good job. For some reason, in my mind, the elimination is better than the individual checking. I don't know why. Maybe that would not be true another day. That's cool. Yeah, that was not obvious, because like just looking at that, you'd be like, oh, I don't know anything about this. Good job, Terrier. Okay, so that does put some pressure here, I guess. Given that the minimum this could be is a 3. So that means the minimum this could be is an 8. Right? And it actually can't be a 9 because it would be 4. So it just is 3. And this just is 8. That was exciting. I want to do more horsies though. Do we have any more? Are there any other horsey with all the new digits we got? Have we learned anything about horsies? Not really. The 5 down there, maybe on the line, which would be kind of interesting. The 8 in box. Okay. That is, I like the, oh, sorry. Wait, say that again. In the 8 in box 6. 8? Isn't this box 6? Oh, you're saying where does 8 go in this box? That is exciting. Because it can't be here, and it can't be here by Knight's move. So that forces an 8 to be on a line. And if you have an 8 on a 2-cell arrow, it has to go with the 1 and it has to go with a 9. So this is just forced. That was exciting, thank you. 8-1 is just forced. And this is forced to be a 9. That was good horsey logic, which forces the 6 here, which forces, oops. Yeah, forces the 6 here, forces the 8 here, forces the 9 here, forces the 8 here. Okay, surely we got more horsey power from that. I like this I like this, both of you are very tactful. Of like, oh, there's something interesting going on over there. That's when I watch Cracking the Cryptic videos on YouTube. I kind of wish I could do that. It's just like stare at something really intently and like want... You know, actually, you have the ability to do that with heat. At any moment, you could just throw a tomato at the screen. Uh-oh, heat's broken. Why would heat be broken? That's bad. No, it's the thing. Why would that have not reconnected? That's the wrong one. Am I on a stale replica, or is it just a dumb thing where like OBS? We definitely had tomatoes earlier, for sure, right? Like, so what? That's really too bad. Now the tomatoes are back. Bummer. I thought I had addressed that issue. I think it's still the stupid dog issue, so we need to work on that. I have the new version of Heat basically ready. I'm just waiting for Cloudflare to say that the queues feature is generally available, but then we're going to do lots of beta testing. Ah, rats! I thought we had at least addressed that, if not fixed it. Makes me feel like that Band-Aid I did isn't working. Okay, sorry. That does mean that this is 3, what? This is a 3-4 pair? So we have a 3-4 pair, a 5-6-7 pair, but this is not a 7. But now we have too many numbers. I can't keep track of all of these numbers. Can you see any 6s or 7s? Excuse me. I don't think so. Can this see any 1s or 8s? Pardon me. Oh my gosh, there's so many numbers now. I'm not seeing, I mean, I warned you that this would be the case, that I'm just not seeing any horsey cleanup. I want a pizza with black olives. Vegan pizza, of course, but black olives just sound so alluring to me right now. Which probably means I'm low on electrolytes or something. Olives, maybe my favorite food. Oh, okay. Well, we have some very low-hanging Sudoku fruit, I guess. 3, 4. So that's what, 7, 9 pair? Does that do anything fun? No. Okay, sorry, I lost my momentum when I was upset that heat was broken. Anyway, you now have the ability to just throw a tomato at the general area of the screen that you think I should look. If you don't want to be too obvious with your hints, or if I'm not paying attention to chat, you can just kind of like toss a tomato here or there as you see fit. Anyway, it feels like this is probably interesting now, right? To some degree. I mean, at least we could pencil mark it. I don't really want to, though. So if this is a 2 plus 1, the minimum this can be is 3. I'm gonna try this way of thinking of it: minimums and maximums. 2 plus 1 equals 3. So the minimum value here is 3. And 2 plus 7 equals 9. So this is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Very good. The minimum value here is 1, but the maximum value is 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I just want to see if we can like knock stuff out of these with fun horsey moves. I don't know if we will really be able to. This is maybe a poor way to go about this. But like, well, I had higher hopes for the horsey moves. But the horsey moves are not actually meaningful, it turns out. I guess we knocked a couple things. Okay, let's think about this again, though. Because actually, we need to think about what we're knocking out. Because if we knock a 3 out of here, we knock a 5 out of here, which we were doing anyway. If we knock a 2 out of here, we're knocking... Wait, I'm sorry. What did I just say? Did I do that right? Sorry, my brain was just... Sorry. If we knock 3 out of here, we can't have 2, 3, 5. So 5 goes away. If we knock 2 out of here, well, we could never have 2, 2, 4. That's just absurd. Why would I... Okay, this is very obviously not 2. And so this is very obviously not 4. And if we knock 8 out of here, this can never be 6. So this is either 2, 1, 3, 2, 4, 6, 2, 5, 7, or 2, 7, 9. Wait, hitting me in the... I don't know what hitting me in the face with the tomato is supposed to suggest. Okay, but I still don't feel like I learned as much as I had hoped to do from there. So, it was perhaps a... Oh, well, I mean, that's not a 1. Yes, that's exciting, right? Very cool. Well, these 2s. There's 2s everywhere. But not enough. 3s are lame. Fours are the worst digit I've ever seen. Five's just whatever. Sixes are an embarrassment. Sevens are an embarrassment. Eights. Oh, and shoot, I wasn't even paying attention to horsey moves. Okay, I'm sorry. Redo. Just see if there's like anything that's under pressure that is under more pressure with horsiness. But I don't think so. Like, for example, this guy, we rule out this one, but only this one because of this move. But I don't think like a one here. Well, that's actually a little bit interesting. Like thinking about where one goes in this cell. It's not here. It's not here. And it's not on a bulb. But I don't know. It's still not that interesting, right? I don't know. This all seems boring. Excuse me. These places aren't under horsey pressure. Horsey pressure. This. Yeah, okay. Five in this cell is like, I don't know. It's not that exciting. That does put 6 here. Okay, we're just practicing. This is just pencil mark practice at this point. Okay, I don't know that we don't really make any great discoveries, right? That's okay. The real discoveries were the pencil marks we made along the way. Okay, back to like whatever. What are we doing? What is the obvious thing that we should be thinking about? Because it's definitely not Sudoku. Well, were there 3 horsies? Okay. What can we do with horsey 3s? No, I mean, I'll take anything. Oh, well, that puts a 3 on a line here. Like it forces that, right? I'll take that. Definitely 3, and it doesn't go with a 1, and it doesn't go with a 2. So the minimum this could be is a 3-4, right? I'll take that. That's not a 9. That feels like almost interesting, right? Like that was good instinct actually to think in terms of like thinking of what to do next. Like forcing things onto a line, I think is smart. I think that was a good, if that's the thing you were talking about. Oh, here. Because we're ruled out here and here. So we get a little bit of, right? This is just ruling out. I'll take it. Which, that knocks this 3 off. Well, that was very good. So this is just is a 3. Incredible. Incredible. So the 3's over here. So it's definitely not here. Okay, but to make 8. So this, I'm actually getting hungry, and we'll have to stop streaming at one point. Okay, so 3, this could be 4 or 5 to hit our 7 or 8, right? This is not a 3 under any circumstances. So if that isn't a 3, was that 3 a requirement for something down here? Like, was there something down here that could only go with a 3? I don't think so. Because you could have 1 to 4, 5, or 6 to make 5, 6, or 7. So I don't think that 3 was like an emergency 3. Oh yeah, it's like the horsey logic doesn't come supernaturally to me. I appreciate the suggestion. So, it doesn't come supernaturally to me. That was a weird thing to say. I mean, something's going on here, right? Is this just like a 4, 5, 6 triple, but we know... Okay, wait, what? Is that, are you telling me, is that a signal to look down here? Or was that just vandalism? Okay, let me think about this for 1 second. I don't know that it's interesting, but I'm just noticing that this is a 4, 5, 6 triple, right? So I'm just going to put it there. I don't think it's useful. You're not a 5. But I don't know that that necessarily does anything interesting in here. Okay, anyway. Sorry, was that a tomato tossed to box 7 to get my attention in box 7? Well, that was a tomato tossed to my own face. I see. So that takes a 3 off of here. So that removes the 3 from here. Man, I'm bad at spotting the nice move stuff. So this could never be a 4. Wow, right in Dr. Manhattan's beautiful blue face. So that's never a 4. So that is a 1. Which it seemed very likely to be. That does push the 1 here somewhere, but that's not quite good enough. Is it? Feels like we have a million 1s. Feels like I've got thousands of 1s in this puzzle. Wait, why would I... Did I do the... Oh, no. Did I do the wrong kind of pencil mark for this 3? I hope that's what I meant to do. Is that what I meant to do? Am I just that bad at pencil marking that I... Okay. I think that's what I meant to do. Okay, what is going on? So this is either 3, 5, 8 or 3, 4, 7. If that's the 4, then that's the 5, and that's the 6, but that seems fine. If that's the 5, then we don't know, and that just becomes a 4, 6 pair. I'm trying to see if there's some illegal combination of these that by like, if one of these is one thing, you end up with some illegal situation, but I don't see that immediately. Okay, I've definitely my fortitude, my endurance is flagging. That's the word I want. So, we've kind of looked at every single... We've looked at every arrow except for this one. So I'm going to look at this arrow. Even if it's not the right thing to do, I'm just going to look at it. Because I can see that it can't be 7. I think it could still be an 8 though, because if this was an 8, that would be fine, because there's no knight's move constraint, or sorry, king's move constraint. Well, we know the 8's down here, and there's an 8 here, so there's an 8 here, but it's not here, and it's not here. So did that just place the 8 out of nowhere? Wait a second. Did I just get a free 8? We know there's an 8 here. That's a given. We know there's an 8 here. So there's an 8 somewhere in here. This 8. This 8. We just got an 8. That was like a free bonus 8. I didn't deserve that. I didn't deserve that 8. And that just unwinds this. Wow. Anyway, that's 3-4, which is actually what I wanted it to be. Right? That's 3, 4, 7. And that pulls the 4 out of here. And so that forces the 6 here. I don't think I'm just as shocked as you are. Seems to force that to be a 9. Yeah. And that's the 7. What the heck? So we lose the 5 here. So we lose the ability for this to be a 6. What a shock. So that does mean... Oh, wait. Oh, God. Horsey? Okay, let me just do a little bit of Sudoku, just for a second. Oh, yeah, this horsey, you mean. Thank you. I need, like, a horsey alarm. I need some kind of, like... Oops, I mistyped the word alert. Okay, that is at least working. I don't know that I want horsey alerts. I'll settle for tomatoes. I think the alert keyword is like mods and VIPs only. Anyway, sorry, 5, 7. So that does, I gotta just remember that anytime I put a number in. So like, for example, did this 7 do anything or this 9 do anything? Should I do, maybe we need a little, what's his name? Hacker? He's so cute. A little hacker to pop up. Okay, sorry. This is a 7. Because this cannot be a 5. Is that what we've determined? 7. Which knocks a 7 out of this. What do you... I don't know. I get the feeling somebody wants me to look at box 4. I can't imagine why. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So there's 6, 7 here. And the 7 rolls a 7 out of here. So that's a 6. That's a 7. I can feel your impatience mounting as my ability to focus continues to wane. 1, 2, so this is what? 4, 9? Does anybody see that? I thought for sure there was going to be some like secret creep, some like creepy horsey lurking in the bushes that was going to see this 4, 9. Anyway, that does mean this is a 6. This is where I'm like bound to miss things, where there's going to be stuff that's just like, oh yeah, this hiding over here deep in the jungle or something is going to see something that's going to disambiguate a pair. Okay, am I allowed to look at this now? Can I look at this in peace? Oh, all of this started because we were looking at 8s. So that does stick an 8. We just place another 8? Because it can't go here. Can't go here. Can't go here. There's another 8 just out of... It's weird because sometimes, not a lot of people know this, but if you actually just like do Sudoku occasionally, I don't recommend it personally, but you know, if you're getting like a little bored with the puzzle, like it's a little too easy or something, like I'm bored, like all these arrows are boring. I'm tired of the arrows, frankly. Definitely the horsies were driving me insane. How do I not know this? I mean, it just forces an 8 here, right? Well, I get this weird little 8 party. I get this little party of 8. Okay, anyway, what are we doing? Well, it already wasn't a 7 because of this, but the 8. I don't know. I still feel like 8s are just going to jump out at me. I keep finding these 8s that I didn't intend to find. But, I mean, I don't know. Should I do a little more Sudoku? Would that be a wise choice? I don't really want to. Like in this box, 9 can't go here. And it's seen here. So that's whatever. Oh, wait. There's a 9 there. Is that a 9 out of nowhere? 9 was, well, that was just already, you didn't even need any fancy logic for that one. That's just me not being good at Sudoku. It's just a 9. So that does stick a 9 over here, which is not going to be on the line. Oh, that'd be a problem. So what does this see? I don't really see. It just feels like this wants some like special kind of restriction that I'm not seeing. Because it appears it could be a 6, for example. Wait, that's a little weird. I have like... Oh, that's funny. Is this a 1, 3, 6 triple? Like 6 is definitely over here, and 1 is definitely over here. And even though I don't have the 3 down here, this 3 knocks it out of there. So I think like weirdly, I don't know if this is useful, it's just weird, that is 1, 3, 6. Well, that's kind of weird. And if that's 1, 3, 6, and I have 2, 9, 8, then I have a 1... No, I have a 4, a 5, 4, 7, 4, 5, 7. I know that's a diversion, but it's just a weird thing. It did nothing for anyone, or did it? Look at that. That's his 7 sees, so that's not a 7. Oh gosh, there's okay. So you're probably I could like untangle this whole. Yeah, look at this. This 3 sees this 6. Or this 6 sees this 6, so this is just the 3. How weird. Weird little horsies, up to no good. Okay, sorry, getting very important emails. Okay, what were we doing? Is that the end of our weird horsey party? Okay, yeah, okay, I know. Get back down here. Sorry. I just thought that was interesting, and I got a 3 for my troubles. Okay, what? What are we doing here? So it's not a 9. It's not a 4. What is it? That's not a 1. but that could be a 2. So what am I doing here? We're just going through options? Because it seems like it could be a 3. Wait, no, it can't. There's 3 right here. Sorry, it's did I do this wrong again? That's disappointing. Just bad at switching between the 2 modes. Anyway, okay, sorry. This is not a 1, obviously. Not a 2, obviously. It is not a 3. It kind of appears like it could be a 4. Kind of appears like it could be a 5. Kind of appears that it could be a 6. It's definitely not a 7, but it appears that it could be an 8. So 4, 5, 6, or 8. I already know. Box 9 arrow. Oh, I'm sorry. Right. There's a 2 is forced on this arrow. So this is a 2 something pair. So the other options are just these digits minus 2. So this is a 2. Well, wait, sorry. I guess it could still be. Well, it's obviously not 3. So that means the 1's not here. So that does place the 1, right? Because we said there's definitely a 2 here. And 2 plus 1 would be equals to 3, which is not allowed. And that seems to say... Why couldn't this be 1? Because it's seen from there. So that's interesting. So that is the 1. I know that's not what we're talking about. But... Anyway, so that does mean that this is, and I'm sure these will be eliminated as we go through them, but let's just do our, do our due diligence. So this isn't 4 because it's not double 2. So this can be a 2, a 3 to get 5, but it can't be 3, so this is not 5. It could be a 4 to get 6, and it can't be double 4 to get 8. So there's no scenario. I'm sorry. Can't be double 4 to get 8, but it's 2 and a pair. Sorry. 2 is in here. But it could be 6. So this could either be 2, 6, 8, or 2, 4, 6. 2, 6, 8, or 2, 4, 6. This is not a 6. I'm getting tomatoes in the face. Uh-oh. Does that mean I made a mistake? Is that the mistake face? Tomato face? Okay. This... Okay, I can see you throwing tomatoes as hard as you can. Just I'm thinking about what is the very obvious thing I must be missing. Now I just feel like my brain's just not functioning. Oops, shoot. Well, we knew that already. I'm not seeing... Is there a horsey that I'm missing? Is that what's going on here? Am I missing a horsey? Does weirdly mean that there's definitely a 6 here, right? That true? That this is either 2, 4, and 6, or 2, 6, and 8. Oh my god, a quantum horsey. Okay, sorry. Oh, I see it now. Okay, sorry, I see it now. I see it now. I forgot about the quantum horsey even after we discussed quantum horsies. Okay. I feel like I would have found this in the wrong way. Like I would have like backed myself into it in some insane way. That does mean weirdly, well, okay, whatever. We've just like that forces. I guess that's not that interesting. Never mind. Okay, sorry. As Coach told me earlier, and I forgot all about, is when you have a pair in a horsey puzzle, it doesn't matter which one of these is for, because either one of them is going to see this. So there's no scenario in which this can be a 4. It just is not possible. The same rule applies going this direction. So there just can't be a 4 here. These quantum horsies are tricky. I gotta admit. That means there's not a 4 on this arrow. Which means it is just a 2, 6 arrow summing to 8. Right? Because this just has to be 2. Which means this has to be 6. Which means this has to be 8. The quantum horsey is a challenge. I've got to say that. Okay, 5, 6. Oh my, are you trying to tell me there's another quantum horsey? Oh my gosh. I see it. I see it. I see the quantum horsey. Let me just clean up my pencil marks. Okay, interesting. Wait, so you can have like a split quantum horsey? That's interesting. So either way, I was wondering that. I was like, wondering if like a split still makes it work. Anyway, so this is 1, this is 8. That's all very exciting. Look at this horsey though. Before we even look at that horsey, this quantum horsey says this can't be a 9, right? No, oh, I'm sorry, that's not true because that's not in horsey range. Never mind. Bad statement. However, we do seem to have eliminated 2 from here. So this is a 2. And that's not a 1. I'm just curious about the horsies. I just want to check on them. I just want to look at the horsies. Okay, but you are pointing out to me that this quantum horsey means there's a 4 in one of these. So it's a horsey superposition. So this cannot be 4. So this must be 7. Which is very exciting. Looking for more fun quantum horsey shenanigans, but not seeing them. Okay, we knocked something out of here, right? Because this is too many options. Then we knocked what did we knock a 1 out of here or something? Because this could never be 3. Okay, I'm gonna be. Pardon me. Sorry for clearing my throat right in the microphone. I mean, I'm sure there's all kinds of horsey stuff going on, but for the moment, let's just fill this in. 3, 4, 5. Okay, we had a 3, 4 there, so that's just a 5. Quantum horsey. It's not useful though. I can't use a horsey like this. But I do have I do just know this digit. This just is a 7, right? Which knocks 7 out of here, which knocks 5 out of here. So 7's gone from, oopsie. So 7 comes out of here. So 5 comes out of here. Okay, I see the tomatoes. I see them. I see the tomatoes. But I don't. Okay, I have to think about this because I don't quite understand it. I mean, I can certainly say that this is 6 or 7, so this can't be 6, 7. But that was never going to be true. And I can see this can't be 4, 9. But that was never going to be 4, 9. Well, this is weird. Wait, is there some... Am I missing something here? This is just a 5. No, it's not. Okay, I'm sorry. It's not. Am I... Sorry. Yeah, I see you smashing. I just am trying to understand something, but I think it's not true. Sorry, I thought for a minute that this was like, whatever, however you would put it, a set of 6. But I think it's not, because I think there are 7 digits in here. There aren't. Where's the 3? There's no 3 accounted for here. Wait, oh, is there a quadruple? But there's like a, whatever, sex. Is that a sectuple or a sextuple? But is that easier to see? Or is there like a quadruple? Is there a set of these that is more constrained? I feels like you need all of them. Anyway, sorry. Is there a set of these? A 4, 6, 7, 9. But what about this 5? That's paired with the 4. I think it's a... Okay, we'll talk about the 1, Terrier, but I want to talk about this weird set of 6, because it's not just a 4, 6, 7, 9 quadruple, right? Because this 5 is paired with the 4 here. I think you have to have all... I mean, the way easier way to see it is just where is the 3? Like that's just the easy thing to see. But I was doing it the not easy way, which was to try to look at these and be like, wait, there are 6 digits spread across 6 boxes, right? But so it's not just a quadruple, because the 5's in here. Oh, I see. You're just I see. I'm sorry. You just selected a different set. So you have 4, 9, 6, 7, 6, 9, 4, 7. So 4, 9, 6, 7, 6, 9, 4, 7. Okay, okay, I see. So there's 2 layers to this. One is the very silly layer I was just doing, where this is a set of 6, and this places the 3, right? You are pointing out, rightly so, that this is a quadruple, which means the 6 is not available here, and the 4 is not available here. So that's a 1 and that's a 5, is what you're saying. And so that's a 6 and that's a 4. And that is a 9. And that's a 4. We're going to unravel this whole thing before Terrier Darts let's just give, wait, I want to just give Terrier Darts their due as far as the placement of 1 in this box, because it is knocked out of here. So 1 is just here. So we might get that from another way. No, I'm with you. Quadruple is good. I like that. I like seeing that. It's just my mind was looking for simultaneously, there was a set of 6 that forced the 3. I just was not even considering the set of 4. I was like weirdly looking at the set of 6, which is silly because probably it would have been way easier to see the 6 rather than looking at a whatever sextet, whatever the right word is. Okay, so I'm curious if this 1 only comes from horsey logic or if the 1 is gonna like be forced. We'll see. So anyway, this is a 7. So this is a 9. So this is a 6. So this is a 7. That breaks this 9, so that does force this 9. This is a 4, and this is a 9. Okay, I was just curious if like magically we'd end up with it. But Terry Darts correctly points out that this 1 sees all of these, which is fun. So the 1 has to go here. We're gonna do that just for like a fun horsey show. And then I feel like there's horsies that see everything, but whatever. What are we missing here? Just a 5? And what are we missing here? Just 3 and 4? Well, that doesn't seem good. Missing 3 and 4 here is kind of scary. I guess there's just going to be one particular arrangement where it works. Kind of a weird arrangement. I mean, I guess. Okay, anyway, we'll come back to that in a minute. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What are we missing here? The 6. Oops. And what are we missing here? Just the 4. And I'm so bad at seeing this when there's just 1 digit missing. Okay, so we have this goofball pattern down here. So there's obviously some secret horsey agent, right? That's the only explanation for this. So who's the secret horsey? Like there's some creepy horsey weirdo. It's here. This creep, this like perverted weirdo peeper is like, okay, so that is the 3, and that means that's the 4, and that's the 3, and that's the 4, and that's the 4, and that's the 3. Okay. Nordlock and Terrier, thank you so much for your help. I appreciate that. There's definitely things, I mean, I don't know. At least I didn't make a grievous error this time, did I? Like I did on the last one? I don't know that I made a grievous error, but definitely I was slow on the uptake with some of it, but it was fun. I like the horsies fun. I'm going to say this. I prefer horsies to cages. That's just my personal opinion. I don't have anything necessarily against cages. Okay, where were we? Anti-Knight Arrow Sudoku. That's not the one we wanted. Where is this listed on... How did I lose this? Because I was... Oh, no, we're never going to find it. We're never going to find this puzzle. In a million years. Can I just search the title? What are you called? Anti-Knight Arrow Sudoku. That was not what I cut and pasted at all. That was crazy. What? What? Copy. Paste. Anti-Knight Arrow Sudoku. Okay. I like this. I like this puzzle. I liked the... Oh, Terrier, how could you do that? I was thinking of adding some kind of metadata. So I could do a thing where there was like a palette of numbers. But I don't want you to just tell me where the numbers are. I think that the tomatoes, I think, are actually a pretty good strategy because it's just sort of like, hey, place your attention over here. I think that, I mean, I would agree with you. Certainly for me, it was harder than 1 star. What I think it means, though, is that even though this was like an interesting, it was fun and it was good and it seemed to flow well, and it was like this interesting combination of arrow and knight's move. I don't think it required an understanding of some fundamental principle of what arrows and knight's moves entail. That you'd have to, that you'd have to uncover some secret that's like, oh, in a knight's move puzzle, you can never have a 6 on it, something like that. We probably didn't even really need to color this. I just thought it would be fun. I should have just stuck with it the whole time. In fact, let's do it. 3s are just blue. A little synesthesia. 4s are green. Looks nice. It's like a little globe. Okay, row 8. I really wish you could copy this, but I don't think you can. So I highlight row 8, but I don't think Sven lets you just copy here. Yeah, come on, Sven. I don't want to have to type numbers. 5, 8, 6, 7, 1, 4, 3, 2, 9. I mean, how many people spend time typing this if Sven would just let you highlight and copy? Polymate. Sven. 7, 4, 5. 3, 9, 1. 8, 2, 6. Okay. I'm going to say that was not easy. It was not very easy, I guess. I don't know, man. For me, it was hard. But I don't want to like throw off. I feel it's like I'm wary of skewing the results just because I'm bad. We'll just say this. And it was nice. I'm just going to put the same rating for every single one. So, like, Sven... I want to know. Okay. Ooh, interesting. Next mode. Yeah, I feel like getting these shortcuts would be pretty helpful. But I want to be able to copy. That seems like a thing you should be able to do. How can I give Sven feedback? Do I have to like support Sven on? Could email him. Web app feedback on the fan Discord. How much money does Sven make on Patreon from this Sudoku app? Didn't it used to be the thing that Patreon would like show you? I mean, he's definitely popular enough to have fan art, which is that is quite an achievement. Okay, I need to go eat some food. Okay, I still didn't do the credits thing properly yet. And there's still a million projects I should be working on, and, it just wasn't the most productive week, I gotta say. However, thank you. Wait, life is yours. Oh no, the credits are wrong, because I didn't restart the bot, so the credits didn't get cleared. That's interesting. That's kind of funny. I hadn't really considered that. Actually, the credits look... Huh. Anyway, whatever. One day we'll get the credits right. We'll call it an alpha. Anyway, thank you. First of all, Coach Nordblock, I really appreciate it. Interior Darts, assistant coach, Interior Darts, and assistant coach, Grimbone. Very much appreciated. Junior Bro, thanks for stopping by. I think we did see Orgursa today. I think, who else did we see today? I don't know. I need a way to clear the credits. This is a problem. I need to clear the credits whenever the stream start event comes in. Okay, excuse all the throat clearing, excuse all the very clumsy Sudoku, but I enjoyed it and I really appreciate everybody's help. And I appreciate everyone stopping by. And when I release my Sudoku app, I'm probably not going to do that. You know what my temptation is like, you know, I see sometimes they have like these crazy Sudoku variants of like with a fog of war or whatever. I kind of want to make a multi-dimensional Sudoku, but I don't think I'm gonna. I don't think it's gonna happen. We gotta get back to working on my grid-based thing, Volodic, which I should also put a link on Discord. Or sorry, at the bottom of Twitch. It's boring. Housekeeping, whatever. I gotta clean my office too. It's all a mess. Anyway, thanks everybody so much. I really appreciate it, and I will see you next time. Bye. Binary was here today. Almost forgot. Look at this blown out camera. Binary, thanks for stopping by. Bye.